And as if by magic, live. Ooh, it's a bit of a funny colour, but it is what it is. You know me. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not one of these people that worry about the microphone or how I look or and all that stuff. So it is what it is. I'll just wait until it won't take long. Somebody normally just bounces straight in. So I'll wait until. And it's Captain Kidd. First, past the post, Captain Kidd. Hello, how the heck are you? I couldn't work out what that emoji was then. I hope you're fine. Oh, we beat you, INFJ. It's me! Oh, Super Mario. It's me! I think I told you that means um, super. Couldn't work it out then in that language. It doesn't actually say it's me, Mario. It's just Super Mario. But it's me. It is you. Well, I would assume that it's you because it's your name, but who knows? Who knows? So, Forrest said, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. And, in the book and outside of the book, he'd make reference to being spiritual with regards to, I'm going to water the trees, going to water the garden, talking about sowing the seeds, being invited to, the Sundance ritual, those sort of things that, get out into nature. My church is in the mountains along the river bottoms, etc. Which, is not everyday speak in the sense, of a religious person or any other type of person. So for some reason, Forrest must have had a reason for putting that information out. For saying, look, this is the type of person I am. This is the type of life that I'm living. Or portraying, or however, whatever you want to believe that is the case. And to be truthful, it's not a different way of life in such a big way, but it is a different way of thinking. And he talked about, that's my story in the book. Just the names changed, etc. So there's a route, let's say, that if you want to be a spiritual person, this is how you do it. Which is a bit weird because that's not, how I did it or do it. I never thought about being spiritual. That's not what I was thinking. And I never even thought about being religious. That's not what I was thinking. In fact, furthest from that, I never, whilst, deep inside me, I believed in the Creator. And, I said to Forrest as much, sent him quite a few things, talked about the stick people and the Creator and the Hopi and that sort of information. Let's not forget the white bison, the calf, the bull, whatever. That prophecy that is unfolding as we speak, I suppose. So I entered the thrill of the chase, believing that I was a good person. Fully believing it. Like there was no doubt that I was a good person. And yet, when you boil down to it, there aren't many good people because we all have a false image of ourselves because we ignore simple truths. Like we all lie, we've all stolen, you know, we've all hurt someone intentionally. We've all hurt someone intentionally. At some point in our lives, we've all done what are considered to be not good things. And because there is not much severity to it, we forget it, ignore it, and then call ourselves good people. And some don't give a shit, and they're just bad people anyway. So I entered the thrill of the chase, fully believing I was a good person. Fully believing I was a good person. And convinced myself the reason I was doing it was a good reason. Only to find maybe I'm not that good, and the reason wasn't that good either. Apart from, my late wife, that reason was good, but the rest of it was just excuses for being greedy. So I went from being a good person to being a greedy so and so, etc., etc. But still wanting to be that good person, the good person that I thought I was. And, deep in my heart, I know that I'm a good person, even though I've done bad things. But I accept those bad things as part of my learning. And I don't see doing bad things as sinful. I see them as experiences because we're here to learn. So it makes me wonder, who wrote the rules? And people say, well, God wrote the rules. And you know that I don't believe it in God. I believe in, for the sake of people who believe in the Bible, Yahuwah and Yeshua. So God writing the rules is telling me that the devil wrote the rules. What? Hang on. Whoa. If the devil wrote the rules, have we been doing this wrong all along? Like, hang on a minute. There are so many religions who say there's only one God that has so many different names, and yet there's only one devil. Think about that. There's only one devil. Like, the arch enemy stays exactly the same. For all these different gods that people hold, to be the true divine being, that in itself must tell you something. And again, it's not who you are, it's who you can make them think you are. So the devil gets a starring role in every religion. As the devil. And yet, even as God. Because that is the name of one of them. So in all the texts that we have the devil as the baddie and the devil as the goodie. How the heck are we supposed to win now? And who are we supposed to fight? If God is Gad or Gord or Gadriel, and Jesus is Isis or Earth Pig or whatever, and we worship them and we follow what they supposedly said, that's a good trick the devil plays, isn't it? Like lose. The thing that the devil didn't work out is that the true divine, the creator of everything, left clues, even in his name. Like his name has the truth. His name has DNA written through it. His name has the breath in it. So the creator that created everything left his fingerprint on everything. And the devil didn't realize. Because he's not very smart. He likes to think he is. He likes to think he's clever. And I suppose it's a clever thing to make people believe that they are worshipping a divine being when all along they're worshipping evil. And we know that's the case because Yahuwah said, I have only one name, told Moses to tell everybody. And whilst Yahuwah can be a God, his name is not God. So spiritually, those people that say, and call out that they, refer to God by name, are incorrect. And religiously, those people that call him by name and call him God are incorrect, or Jesus. So whether you're spiritual or religious, you're still using the wrong name. And taking his name in vain, Yahuwah, each time you speak, because you're actually saying that he's a demon. He's Gord, Gadriel, the devil, basically. The one that tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden. So the devil has convinced the whole world that they are worshipping a divine being, whether they're spiritual or religious. And has put into the good books, whichever book you believe in, some rules. Forrest liked to bend the rules. What if the devil liked to bend the rules as well? Now, in the Bible it says, a life for a life. That's funny, because that's what Charlie Kirk said. And now we're in that position. A life for a life. Like, it's his own words, paraphrased of course, but it's insulting to the person whose life has been taken to let the person who did it live. A life for a life. And he believes that, or believed that, because apparently the person that he believed to be a divine being has told us that's what it is. So you'll know for a lot of time now I've been saying I don't believe some of the stuff that's in that book, all those books, because it doesn't come from a heart space. But around the world now, people are learning if you have it in your heart that you wish to take a life, then a life will be taken, but not necessarily the life that you want taken. So it's quite possible that Father truly meant a life for a life, because one of those rules is thou shalt not kill. And you would imagine with that sin, I would suppose you'd call it, there would be a heavy penalty. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. And yet you have things like love thy neighbour, but don't sleep with them. Honour thy father and mother. Are we to believe that he meant our earthly father and mother, or are we to believe that he meant our spiritual father and mother? You see, people twist things. I've grown up hearing blood is thicker than water. And people believing that it means your family are more important. That's not the case. See, it's the blood of Christ is thicker than the water of the womb, which means Christ is more important than family. I'm not talking Jesus. I'm talking Christ is more important than family. The blood of the Christ. So there's some information that has been twisted to such a degree that you don't know whether you're coming or going in those things that you follow to be a good person. Like blood is not thicker than water. Well, it is, but it's not in the way that we believe it. It's not how it's supposed to mean. It's supposed to mean that even if your family, even if your family with you are not in alignment with you, then it is more important that you stay in alignment with Christ. So therefore, you can let your family go. Because the blood of the Christ is thicker than the water of the womb, or whatever it says, however it says it. So if you want to be spiritual, there's a road, a path that you must take. And Forrest said he didn't want to stick to the paths. He wanted to wander. And I walk the grey line, me in the middle. Because there is a path you must follow. So it boils down to the person, the individual. If you're a good person, you will find out the truth. And in that truth, we'll know which way the path leads. And there are people that I love out there that still call the Father God and still call Yahuwah Jesus. Because they've been lied to. And for hundreds of years, people have allowed this to take place, take shape, and they've managed to control the matrix because of all this bullshit that they've given to us. But the Father was clever, and he put in a lot of information that says, this is the truth. And I can prove it because this word means this. And in this word, using these numbers, here are the building blocks of life. The life I created as your Father. So we are all children. Whether we have children ourselves, they become our brothers and sisters. That gets confusing, doesn't it? Father wants the best for his kids. No, his children. Can't say kids because that's what they want you to call us. Kids. Which is a goat. Which is evil. Not the goat isn't evil, but the representation of. So how do you become one with the Father? Well, you start off by listening to someone who has walked that path. Which brings us to Forrest. The reason I'm where I am now is because of listening to Forrest. Walking in those footprints. But what Forrest didn't tell everybody is you can walk in those footprints to a point, but even if that brings you to the water, it's up to you whether you drink or not. And the thing is, unless you are the Father, you can't guide anybody to the Father. So each path is a separate journey for each individual, because the path that they have taken to get to the point that they meet the teacher is the path that they have to go over. They have to go over their history. They have to go within and find out who they are. So until you've walked that path, which is way too far, way too far to walk, until you've walked that path, you're never going to walk to the Father. This ain't going to happen. Which is pretty much what Yeshua was saying. Jesus is what we're being told in the Bible. I am the light and the way, or whatever. And the only way to the Father is through me. So I'm going to show you how. And the only way to the Father is by doing what I'm going to show you. And there are no shortcuts. You cannot pretend that you are a spiritual being. Ain't going to work. So you have to walk the walk. And there are no shortcuts. Until you actually walk that path and get to the end of it, you can't go to the Father and pretend that you found him. So where was Forrest in this walk? See, it's all right being spiritual, but surely the proof would be in the Father. And I said something similar to this a long time ago, is when does it become that you're at that point? So if people remember, we talked about knowing that person. I never knew the founder, whatever the statement was from Forrest. I didn't know the person, something or other. So at what point do you know somebody? So you meet someone, you shake hands, you say hello. Do you know them? Well, yeah. Name's INFJ. Yeah, but do you know them? No. Captain Kidd. Do you know them? Yeah. Do you? No. So at what point do you know somebody? Can you say, I know that person? Like how much information or closeness to that person do you have to say that you know that person? And that would depend on what it is the person wants from you that's asking. Do you know that person? Like, what is the criteria for asking? Do you know what they have for breakfast? Do you know what they do at the weekend? Like, how well do you know them? So you can't pretend to know the Father. You just can't pretend to know them. And yet the Father can know you. Before you're in the womb, knows you. Counts the hairs on your head, knows you. Like, knows you. So you can say you're spiritual, and be right at the beginning of the path. Does it make you spiritual? Or do you just believe in spirituality? Like, it doesn't make you spiritual. Can't just go around saying I'm a spiritual person. Because there are actually rules. And they're not necessarily written rules, but it's called ascension. And whilst you are ascending, you are learning to be a spiritual person. You're always learning to be spiritual. Like, there is no point that you can say you are a spiritual person. You can believe in spirituality and you can ascend, but you are always learning how to be spiritual. Unless the point at which you become spirit is the point that you can say you are a spiritual person. So one would have to say, at the point that you can manifest your spiritual form, transcend, astral travel, remote view, those sort of things, that will give you the term of being a spiritual being. So I am spiritual because I'm a spiritual being and I can do these spiritual things. Just like I'm a human being and I can do these human things. So you're always learning. You're always learning to be a spiritual person. And you believe in spirituality over religion because religion is a lie. Written by the devil to seduce all of mankind in order to control them. Uh-oh. That causes a big issue. This is the important bit. There is supposed to be a rapture. I'm not saying it's happening now. I'm saying there is supposed to be a rapture. And Jesus is coming back. But Jesus is fake. Jesus doesn't exist. He's not real. He was made up by the devil. Like, Jesus is real. And if you look him up, you'll see he looks just like Jesus. The person you believe is the Christ, the Messiah. Jesus. Our Yeshua was called Jesus, Earth Pig. Isis was changed to Jesus, Earth Pig, changed to Jesus. Not G-E, but J. Excuse me. So if Jesus returns, is that our Messiah, or is that the person the devil wrote about? Problem is, listen, because I fucking do. If Jesus returns, the fake person, the one the devil wrote about, that has everybody believing him, if Jesus returns in peace, love, talks about the Bible that the devil wrote, you're all going to believe. You are going to believe that Jesus has returned. And he's going to talk about love, peace, the Bible, scripture, and change a few things, obviously, to suit the devil's plan. And he'll come with a smile, and he'll be beautiful and loving and caring and all of that stuff. And he'll fool the Jews for 7 years, as it's already written, which is amazing to me because it's already written in the Bible that this person is going to come back, the Antichrist, and fool everybody for 7 years. And then we'll be taken out with a breath. But if you already know the Antichrist is going to fool the Jews, blah, 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 7 years, sit in the temple, all this stuff, and we already know that, why don't you just stop him before the 7 years? Like, instead of accepting the first person that comes along going, yeah, I'm loving, I'm caring, I'm beautiful and kind, and I speak about the Bible and I'm this, that, and the other. If you already know that that is the Antichrist, why would you accept him? It doesn't make sense to me. It's already written. This is what's going to happen. This person is going to come along, all smiles, beautiful looking person, wonderful way of speaking. I was worried it might be me. But I don't preach the Bible. So someone's going to come along with the looks, the talk, going to fool everybody, going to sit on the throne, and then declare himself God. Isn't that what I've just said all along? That God is not the Father, Yahuwah. See, this person's going to come in his own name. Not Yahuwah, not Yeshua, in his own name. And people are going to accept him in his own name, the name that's been given to you already. The name that you will accept because that's the name you're expecting. And it's all a lie. Written by the devil to convince everybody that God is the person up there and Jesus is his son. And you're all waiting for this Jesus that doesn't exist, made up by the devil. Jesus. Jesus. Earth pig. They went to a lot of trouble to erase the good in this world. And they did some really, really evil things. and are still doing some really, really evil things. And I've said for a few months now about some things that are going to play out, and those things are playing out. And I haven't been wrong yet. And I said the other day, I say 31 Atlas or 3A. And guess what? There seems to be more than one. In fact, there seems to be a few. Nothing new under the sun. As it was, so shall it be. And I told you there are paintings that are thousands of years old. That depict sky beings or sky objects. Babylonian paintings. Sumerian, Anunnaki, not paintings, images. So they've destroyed this world in order that they can rule it. So who actually destroyed the world? God or Yahuwah? In whose interest was it? So I said the other day, if Noah was the only one left, him and his family, then why does the evil still exist? Listen, if the purpose is to rid everybody of the evil, why does the evil still exist? I don't just mean like bad people, I mean evil. Do you think the Devil's Tower could be a tree? Like if you look around the world, at some of the, I'm not going to say topography because how would that help? But the shape of the land and the things on it. Trees used to be really, really big. The giants used to be really, really big. Like things used to be a lot bigger. Noah himself is supposed to be really, really big. What was the reason for the flood? If evil still exists. Unless you want to believe that from Noah's family, the evil that existed in the world before came back. The very same evil that wants to rule the world. So Noah could be a good person. But the way that we've been told it, them animals were not on that boat in the way that we've been told it. It's a great song. The animals went 2 by 2, but no. Maybe as, genes or whatever, but not real animals. So what was the reason for that story? What was the reason for the flood? You see, what the devil doesn't realize is, if you're going to make up a story like that, you better have a better timeline than the timeline you've given. Because from those people, there are 8 billion people on the planet. 7 billion because they got rid of a few, didn't they? When I say a few, a lot. Which is their agenda, to get rid of us, to be able to control us. So we're supposed to believe that from that small family, 8 billion people managed to inhabit the earth. And from that small family, they managed to inhabit the earth all around the globe, or to the 4 corners, whichever way you want to look at it. There's a joke about that, about the Father saying, good women in all corners of the earth, and then made the earth round. So, is it a flat earth? Or is it a globe? Like, why would you say that? Like, how is it even possible that would be a statement on a globe to the 4 corners of the earth? How is it even possible that would be a statement? Or to the ends of the earth? Not as in the end of it, to the ends. So I don't care whether it's flat or round. It makes no difference to me. Because everything has been a lie. Not everything. And if you live in the truth, nothing else matters. So we were created. That's fact. And scientists can prove that we're created with regard to the DNA and everything and all this, whatever. But these people who conquered the earth, or however you want to look at it, fallen angels, whatever you want to call these beings, they have a way, they have knowledge of how this world could be so peaceful, in harmony with Mother Nature, and so abundant. They have that knowledge, and they've withheld it. And it wouldn't take much research to go back to the time where, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers of this world were putting out information to say, look, this is how you need to teach people, and this is how you need to heal people, and let's get rid of what we do already and make people look stupid when they try and do those things. Because we have an agenda. And we want to make petroleum and stuff like that our abundance. So we'll make things out of what we control and charge people through the roof for it. And we'll hide the fact that nature has everything we need, including cure for cancer. Like the amount of people they've let die just for that one disease, illness, whatever it is, that's just so as they can make money, is crazy. Like I say, I posted on Facebook the lady that has, cured thousands of people within days. And one of those things is wormwood, which is a name mentioned in the Bible, which is not nice to taste. It's bitter, which is something that's said in the Bible. About a third of the water being bitter because of this wormwood. So we have a ruling set of people who took away everything that was good, which is how I started this. What is good? Well, listen, good. They took away everything that was good just so as they could be rich. Like, they're not even famous to the point that anybody knows who they are. Like, the name is famous. And I forget one or the other every now and again. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. I remember one of the others, but not both. But there are other people the same. And they're not even famous. But they are rich. Like, if one of them was to walk down the street in front of you, you probably wouldn't know who they were. Which is a good thing. Because when people know the truth, and they will know the truth, they will know the truth. All of these people who are rich but not famous, who pull the strings for the whole world, governments around the world, the mobs around the world, the Masons around the world. And I'm not saying that all these people are evil. But those that aren't need to stand up and be counted too. There is enough money in this world that nobody should be suffering. No one. Not a single person should be suffering or wanting or needing. Not one. And those people will still have enough to live the lives they want. It doesn't even bear thinking about the amount of money in this world that is doing nothing. Not doing anything. Except making more money. Like, it is helping nobody. Excuse me, confirmation. Excuse me. So much confirmation coming up there, I can even flip and speak. I don't see that that's acceptable. It's not acceptable. And before you narcissistic fuckers say, I earn that money, it's my money, I don't have to give it to anybody if I don't want to. You never earned it. It's not your money. You stole it. You stole it. And it actually belongs to those people who are suffering. So you're not even doing a good deed. You're just giving back what belongs to those people. Like the good deed would be given back more. Doing more. So these people think they're untouchable, and they're not. They were, and they've had a good run, but time's up. Now, I don't know. I'm learning to be a spiritual person. I believe there is a creator. I believe that Mother Nature, Gaia, Isis, Inanna, whatever, however, I don't care. We should do our best to help, not hinder. All around the world, people better wake up, because they are being judged. And taking the Lord's name, the devil, in vain means fuck all to me. Taking the Father's name in vain, that does. So, Yahuwah is a God, a divine being, a God. He is a God, but that is not his name. That is not his name. Yeshua, the Son of God. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeshua, the Son of God. It's in his name, Yahuwah, Yeshua. His son's name comes from his name. Listen. He is not the only son. We are all sons and daughters of Yahuwah. He did not give his only son. He gave himself. Listen. If the bullshit that you believe is that Jesus is God, then Yahuwah is Yeshua. The Father gave himself. We are all sons and daughters of the Father. He cannot be the only son of the Father. It's impossible. If we are all sons of the Father, it's impossible. He cannot be the only son. It's impossible. If we're all children of God. And if you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, then Yahuwah and Yeshua and the Holy Spirit is the same. It's not hard to believe. The best thing is, it's the truth. Everybody around the world has been lied to by the devil, who created religion for an end game that isn't going to happen. You see, you're all going to worship the devil when he comes back to save you from himself. Like, you're all waiting. You're waiting for a rapture where this demon, Isis, is going to come back as Jesus and save you from God. Gadriel, Gad, Gord. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It's crazy. You're waiting for the lie the devil told about a second coming of a false deity. So the Antichrist is the Christ you believe. And he's going to come back in his own name. And you're going to believe in him. It says in your book. It says it in your book. Like, you're actually waiting for him. See, what's happened is the truth that was the Father's has been diluted. Excuse me. Has been diluted. And now what you're being taught in the churches is not the truth. More things are being accepted. Try to be more woke, as though what Yeshua was saying 2,000 years ago doesn't matter now. Well, times have changed. Being a good person, being a good person is not about believing bullshit. It's not about going to church. It just isn't. If you don't worship your own temple enough, to the point that you allow Yahuwah the Father to be with you, time to pack in. If you think that getting dressed up on a day that is not the correct day, something else that you take from the Father, Saturday, the Sabbath, not Sunday. Go to church on a Sunday is an insult. Everything's been changed. Calendars have been changed. Time has been made up. Everything is false. Nothing is as it seems. And pretty soon, the glory of the Father is going to smack you on the nose, just like that cowboy did. And you're going to think, why has the Father done that? I thought we were good. I thought he was my friend. Oh, you didn't know him. And that's what it says. He will say, I don't know you. It's in your book. He will say, I don't know you. You never came to me. Not in my name. I don't know whoever you were talking to. It wasn't me. Must have been that Baal bloke or that Gadriel bloke. It wasn't me. So my truth, the truth that I believe in, is easy to find in your own book. But it's available in other places. And I know that it's true because it's not difficult. It's impossible to believe it being another way. So we start with the Anunnaki. Are they the first? Have the Sumerians? Have the Atlantans? Have Tartaria, whatever it is, Tataria, whatever it is, Lemuria. Why were these people destroyed? Mayans? Why have they disappeared? Why is there no trace of these people? They even tried to stop people knowing about hieroglyphics. Like make it a dead language that nobody understood. Well, we'll just interpret that for you and make up any old bullshit. Oh, there's people. There's people. Wig, hey, hello. I didn't know you were alive. Yes, I'm still alive. I was outside putting a pressure switch on the air compressor. Oh, I hope that worked. I think Bubbles is going to be the name. Bubbles? That's a monkey. Chimpanzee, sorry. How do you say that in Chinese? Sounds like... Oh. How do you say that in Chinese? You say in Chinese. I don't know how you say that in Chinese. Why do you want to say that in Chinese? Hey, Luli, how you doing? Ah, Mysterious Life Adventures. To be fair, Mario, these are all your opinions, not factual truths. No, they're factual truths. It says so in the Bible. What I'm saying to you is what is said in the Bible. Only what is really said in the Bible. Like his name is Yahuwah. It's not God. Excuse me. His name is Yahshua. It's not God. Like if you read scripture, the truth, the bit before the translation, if you read the Hebrew that it was written in, you would see that everything that I've said is true. Like, the problem is, it's everybody else is having a version of what they believe to be true. That's the problem. As opposed to read the original. Like, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. So in the beginning, in the truth of it, before it was butchered, before they left out 25 books. How many books? 25 books? 21 books, 25. Before they left out the Jubilees, Enoch, Mary Magdalene, Thomas, Read the Ethiopian Bible. Like, the truth is there if you want it. And I am telling you the truth as it was written in truth, not as it was written when it was changed. So they're not my opinions, because I don't really care to have an opinion on BS. I do care to make a statement of truth about what is truly written. So it's not my opinion that the word God is derived from Gad, G-A-A-D, or G-A-W-D. That's the truth. Go look it up. I'm not lying. I don't need to lie. I only tell you the truth. And it's not an opinion of truth. And if it is an opinion, I'll tell you, it's my opinion. But these are truths. These are truths. Written in the book that people read. Written in the book that people read that say, this is the Bible, and I believe in this, and blah, 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 blah. And the word Lord, and the word Lord is about, I don't know, so many thousand times in the Bible. And it's supposed to be his name, the true name. But Lord actually means Baal. That's what it's for. That's why it's there. So basically, when you're talking about Lord, you're talking about Baal. When you're talking about God, you're talking about Gad. That's true. I'm not making that up. That's true. So it's not an opinion. It's truth. It's what I do. I look for the truth. And I look for words that mean what they mean, not what you think they do. You see, Forrest told us, nothing is as it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. So I looked up all the words in that poem. I looked up all the words in the Bible that are of consequence that says that's not his name. And he told Moses what his name was. And he only wants people to call him by that name. I'm not making that up. That's not an opinion. That's Father's word. And those people that fight against it either have an agenda, don't want people to know the truth, or they don't care to know the truth. And they say, oh, it's just your opinion. No, not my opinion. And again, I don't care. I'm telling you the truth because I'm supposed to tell you the truth because I know the truth. That's what it says in the book, the Bible, your Bible, whichever Bible you want to read. That's what you're supposed to do. If you know the truth, you're supposed to say the truth. Otherwise, you're just as bad as those other people that don't want to hear the truth. Like, what is worse? Saying the truth. No, what is better? Saying the truth or hearing the truth? Hearing the truth. That's better. Hearing the truth. You can say the truth, like I am, as much as you want. But if people won't hear it, you're fucked. You're fucked. No point. If people will not hear the truth, there is no point. And that's what the devil is counting on. No one's going to pay any attention. No one's going to bother. But they are. It's already written. So not my opinion. No, not my interpretation of the Bible at all. It's the words in the Bible that were original words before the King James Version came along. And then I look up the word God and it tells me what the word God is. I look up the word Lord and it tells me what the word Lord is. It's not an interpretation. I don't interpret it as that. That's what it is. And I was led to believe that I shouldn't believe the words that I read because they don't mean what I think they do. And this is all to get to the point that we were heading towards, to make us all believe that there's this person called Jesus who doesn't exist, no J. That's not my opinion. There was no J until 1524. I'm not making it up. And the IE bullshit doesn't make a J. It makes a Y, a yeah, which Yahshua, not Jesus, not Jesus. Not my opinion. Truth. The German word for yes is Ja, spelt with a J. Ja. They could have left it as Yahuwah, but they wanted to say Jesus, Earth Pig. Not my opinion. That's what it is. Jesus changed to Jesus. Look him up. He looks exactly the same as the person you called Jesus. This Isus, he looks like the person you called Jesus. I'm not making it up. It's not my opinion. There it is. That's his picture. That's his name. Add a J, he becomes Jesus. You are worshipping Isus. All the truth is there, not opinions, facts. Because I only tell you the facts. I don't give a shit about anything else. I'm trying to get away from BS and opinions. Trying to tell you, here's the truth. Here's the truth. Based on what was written originally. See, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Well, the King James Version of the Bible is not the beginning. That is an opinion, an interpretation of something that was written before. Remember, go back to the beginning. And before the Hebrew, there was Sophia and Christ, who Yahuwah, Jesus, was talking about, because Jesus, Yahuwah, is not Christ. He was preaching about Christ, Sophia and Christ. One consciousness, unity. That's what he was preaching. He didn't even start preaching until he was 30. If he was supposed to be a preacher from the very beginning, don't you think he would have started much earlier? Like when he was a child, he was found, he went missing for a few days and he was found in the church. He says, don't you know I'm supposed to be raised in the house of my father? So he knew from a very early age. I don't know. What if the Bible was a misinterpretation to begin with? That's what I said. Go back to the beginning. The beginning is the Anunnaki. The beginning is before then. So I go back to the beginning. I'm talking about the Bible because that's what people refer to. And I'm explaining that the God that you're worshipping, talking to, is not Yahuwah the Father that is mentioned in the Bible that we're talking about. But, as I've said before, there is a beginning. There has to be a beginning. There has to be. There has to be a beginning. And in that beginning, there is a truth. The very first person that talked about was an accountant. What? What? The first person that was talked about, written about, was an accountant. How? What? Like, it's supposed to be Adam and Eve. It's supposed to be the first people. That can't be right, surely. So, I go back to the beginning. But I talk about the truth that you people believe is false. you believe in that is false. It's false. It's impossible for it to be true. This person that you call Jesus was not on a cross saying, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? It never happened. It couldn't have happened. It's impossible. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. If a man knows that his sole purpose in life is to get to the point where he is crucified and rises again after 3 days, he is never, ever going to think that he has been forsaken by still being alive. It's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. If he was supposed to die on the cross, he'd be like, okay, I'm going to die on the cross and I'm going to rise again in 3 days. Pretty much said it to Peter. Peter, don't worry about chopping that bloke's ear off. I've got an army of angels ready. I'm going to die. This is what I'm here for. And then I'm going to rise again. Don't worry about it. It's in the Bible. Not my interpretation. It's impossible, if you know that you're supposed to be dying on a cross, to think that you've been forsaken and you're supposed to be somewhere else. No, this is it. This is where you're supposed to be, because you're going to rise again in 3 days. That's what you're supposed to do. Now, if he was in the tomb for like 4 days, then he could go, hey, Father, whoa, hang on, what's going on? Why have you forsaken me? I was supposed to rise after 3. Then he might say those words. But not before then, because that's what was supposed to happen. If it indeed happened at all. None of the Bible. No, that's wrong. You could read the Bible in a few hours if you didn't have so many versions of the same thing that happened. Because that's all it is. Like, you read it, and it's one person's point of view, and then it goes on to somebody else's point of view, and then someone else's point of view, and someone else's point of view. The same bit. You know why it's important? Because in all of that BS, there are the Father's words. That, unfortunately for the devil, got past him. He didn't realize that the Father was telling us all about creation, all about spirituality, and all about how to find him. Not my opinion. It's there. In the book. It's there. You just have to dot the I's and cross the T's, and you find them. Well, Forrest said the same, but he said it was difficult, not impossible. There are some, listen, if you already know, hang on, how to explain this. Okay, if you can prove to yourself, if you already know, before you go into a ghost tunnel, whatever it's called, what are they called? Those places where you're supposed to get scared. If you already know that none of it is real, you don't need to be scared. But if it's all fake, if you know it's all fake, you don't need to believe anything. You just don't need to. The only times you are scared is when something goes boom, because you're not expecting that. The rest of it you are expecting. But at that point that it goes, boo, that's truth. That's the truth. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for those little pearls of truth in all the BS. You don't have to look at all the BS. You're just looking for that little bit of truth. That one bit that makes you go, what the fuck is that? And that's the secret. Yahweh. Hey, David. How you doing? I'm not worshipping any of these invisible gods. And nobody has to. I'm not trying to convince anybody to worship anyone. And yet, people worship the devil. I'm not worshipping anyone. People worship money. Not worshipping anything. Yes, you are. You are. You just don't know it. Uh-oh. Retracted. The Bible's written by man. So the shred of Turin is a fake. How do you get the Shroud of Turin is a fake from Yeshua existed but Jesus didn't? Like, that person exists and he wore a shroud. The shroud has nothing to do with the name Jesus or Yeshua. It's just a shroud of the person that existed. You can believe that his name was Jesus, or you can believe that his name was Yeshua. None of what I've said says that the Shroud of Turin is a fake. Nothing of what I've said is saying that the Son of the Father didn't exist. But you hear what you want to hear because you don't listen good. What I'm saying is, yes, absolutely existed. Absolutely existed. But the lie that you're told is for you to believe everything about a false deity and not the true Father. See, that's the deception, and that's the trick of the devil. By putting out religion, not just one or two or three or four or five or six or seven or eight or nine, by putting out religion, gets everybody to believe in a different God. It's just amazing that with all the different gods we have the same devil. How is that possible? Unless, I don't know, the star of the show, the person who wrote it all about himself, like the end game is to come back and pretend that you're the savior, isn't it? Like the Antichrist is coming back as the savior. So it's my story, but the names have changed. Isn't that what Forrest said? And the schools are different or whatever. Is that a train of thought? Like the schools are different, the names have changed. It's not about spirituality, it's about religion. It's not about Yahuwah, it's about God. So the whole world, doesn't matter what religion you believe in, the whole world believes in God, which is not his name. A God he is, but his name's Yahuwah. So the whole world believes in a God with different religions. But they believe in one devil. So it's win-win for him. He's both the baddie and the goodie, or the good, bad, and the ugly. And as long as you believe that God is his name, and in God we trust, you are worshipping this 1%, this money, material driven, I would call them a fair few names, but I'm not going to. You're worshipping them because they think they are God. Absolutely do. And this Mr. Altman, whatever his name is, Sam, you're being watched, matey. And all those flipping entities you've got traveling around with you, inside you or whatever. I'll go along with that. Fear is an illusion in the mind. I'll go along with that. I beg to differ, Mary. Your latest video certainly are demanding people to worship you. No, not demanding at all. No. You can differ as much as you want. In every video I say, you don't have to believe a single word I say. How is that demanding that you believe in the Father? Has to be the Father if we're all the children. Has to be. Whether you believe it or not, has to be. Has to be. Like if there is a creator and we're all the children of the creator, there has to be a Father. Irrespective of what name you give him. That's just fact. Has to be. If we're all the children, of a divine being, irrespective of what name you give him, has to be called the Father. And you could call it anything you want. Source, universe, spirit. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's still, if we're the children, he's still the Father. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Not to me. I'm just going to tell you what the truth is. It's up to you what you believe. At that point, when you are judged, you will have the information. You'll have the information. I've given it. It's what you're supposed to do. As a watcher, watchman, whatever they're called. You're supposed to, if you know the truth, you're supposed to tell the truth. And then it's up to those people that, do what they want with it or not. I don't care. I don't care. But in all of what I've said, those things that I've said, they've come true. And coming true. And will come true. Because they are fact. I said the other day about, call it 31 Atlas. Or 3A Atlas. Because there's more than one. Oh, lo and behold, there's more than one. Not lying, I'm just telling you the truth. You can believe it or not. I don't care. I'm telling you the truth. Bill tried to contest the fact that I was telling the truth, trying to make me look silly. I don't care. I don't care. I've told you the truth. Believe it or not, doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. Don't care. I've done what I'm supposed to do. I will be proven correct. I know that for a fact because what I've said is a fact. There's no way I could have known it unless I knew it. So, when I say it, it's true. When I say it will happen, it happens. That's just fact. That's not an opinion. It's a statement of fact. Don't care whether you believe it. Don't care whether you believe it. I believe it. I know it to be true and I believe it. Don't care whether you do. Don't. So, in all religion, there is some truth because that's part of the rule. Have to tell the truth. Not all the time. No, half truth. Whatever Forrest said. Everything that these evil people are doing is told to you. Is there right in front of you, including the Simpsons and all that bullshit. It's there to tell you. It's there to tell you what's going to happen. Part of the universal bloody whatever it is. Because they have to tell you the truth. That was predicted by The Simpsons. No, it's not. They're just telling you what's going to happen. Every war, staged. It's all staged. Who's going to be the baddie this time? Germany? Oh, okay. Then these people just disappear. Oh, let's get Saddam Hussein. Oh, look, he's still alive. Just manipulation. All of it's manipulation. For them to have the lives that they want. That's it. But again, I get to the point that I say, it's already written. You're just playing out a script. I know that it's a fact. Just read Revelations. The Bible, what's written in the Bible, those things have come to pass. Which means the end game is bad lose, good win. And about the ugly. That's it. And people say, oh, if there's a, well, they say if there's a God, but if there's a Father, if there's a divine being, if there's a universe, if there's source, how can he let these things happen? Because it's already written. It has to happen the way that it happened, for it to happen the way that it happens. Forrest told us, can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be? In other words, it's already happened. It's got to happen the way that it happened in the future. Like I'm writing it now in the past, but it has to happen the way that it happened in the future. It has to happen that way. And I can't stop it even if I wanted to. What? You set it up. Or did you? Oh, maybe a higher hand. What will happen when you're not here? It will continue until something ends it. Like all the information is there, all the truth is there. You just have to listen good. I listen good. It's part of what I do. You see, I fix things and I know stuff. It's what I do. Because it's important to know what is worth knowing and what is not worth knowing. Because I listen. I listen. And in that listening, I know. And in that knowing, I tell you the truth. And in that truth, it happens the way that it's supposed to be. Because that's how the Bible works. That's how life works. It happens the way that it's supposed to be. We have free will because we are one consciousness. We think that we're thinking our own thoughts. No one can think my thoughts, Forrest said. We think we're thinking our own thoughts. But if we're just one consciousness, one being, then that being is giving us our thoughts. And we do what we think we want to do. For the Bible to happen in the way that it happens, listen, can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be? For it to happen in the way that it's supposed to happen, everybody needs to follow the script. Remember Forrest said, if you don't have a program, how will you know? Everybody has to follow the script. Well, the script is already written inside you. It's already written. And you follow that script without knowing you're following that script. Because everybody in the whole world has to be in the right place at the right time for the events to happen that have already been pre-written. I'll talk about the witnesses. Unless everybody did exactly what they were supposed to do at the time that they were supposed to do it, those people would not be in that place at that time to be the two witnesses. Because if somebody stopped them and had a chat with them, they wouldn't be there. In all of their life, in everything that they did, whatever they did, if they met another person, fell in love and moved to another country, whatever it is, everything has to happen the way that it's supposed to happen. Has to happen that way. Has to happen that way. Because it's already written. It's already scripted. Again, we're in the movie. We have the script. We don't know. We have the script. And we play it out as we're supposed to play it out until we get to the end of the movie. And then there's a new movie. And that's the new Earth. And that's the nice Earth without the evil. Because that's how the Father wrote the script. That's how he created it. See, these people thought they got away with it when they did those atrocities. And are still doing those atrocities. But in order to correct it, certain events had to take place. Certain people had to be on the earth. What do they call them? Soulmates? Twin flames? A soulmate and a twin flame is not necessarily a love partner. They are the activators. Which is what I tell you. I'm the mirror. I activate. You people react. It's how it's supposed to be. People hate me. I don't care. People love me. I don't care. It's nice, but I don't care. Because you are basically programmed to react in a certain way. If you're a narcissist, you'll act one way. If you're a spiritual person, a real spiritual person, you'll act in a different way. And you'll see me because of who you are. That's just it. If you're a spiritual person, you'll see me and you'll love me as much as I love you, and we'll get on great. And if you're a narcissist, you'll see me as you are, and we won't get on because you're a narcissist. That's just the way it is. Am I going to worry about it? No. Do I care that people hate me? No. I've hated myself enough already. I know who I can be. I know I can be hated because I've hated myself at some point. Do I care about it? No. I'm here to activate people. They can be activated and find their correct path, or they can just be triggered and carry on down, their own road. And I don't care which way they go. It's not for me to live anybody else's life. It's not for me to tell anybody else what to do. I can tell you the truth and you make up your own mind. I don't care. I don't care. You see, people talk a load of bullshit about unconditional love. Of course there's conditions. Of course there is. That's fucking bullshit. Of course there's conditions. I can love everything and everyone. Everything and everyone. But there are conditions. And I don't give a fuck if you say, well, it's not very Christian of you, because I'm not a Christian. I'm learning how to be a spiritual person. See, this Christian stuff was not about this person called Jesus. It's about the original Christ. Christ, Ian. Ian means from, relating to, belonging to. That's why they're called Christians. Because they belong to Christ. Not Jesus, not him. He was not Christ. He preached about Christ. But he wasn't Christ. And when you call him Jesus Christ, you call him Earth Pig Christ. The pig on earth that is Christ. the original Christ he was talking about. He didn't become Christ until either he got baptized by somebody called John, a J that didn't exist, or after he was crucified. He then became Christ. Who named him Christ? Could it be the Romans? Could it be the same people, I don't know, that set up some Vatican in a country where Jesus had nothing to do with? Nothing to do with. In fact, that country killed him. And yet they want you to believe that they have his best interest at heart. That they worship, adored him, respected him, want you to do the same. Oh, it's because Jesus didn't exist. They made him up, along with the Masons. That's the truth. I'm not lying. Go into the Vatican and see all the truth there. Open your eyes. Oh, they have the truth there. Trust me. All of the truth. You will be surprised. Like the Library of Alexandria. Why was it destroyed? Like, why do the Greeks have such a say in the written word? When it comes to Jesus. It makes no sense. So they tried to tell you that he was called Yeshua. No. Yeah. Yeshua with an E. Forrest said he wished he never said the word yes. I bet they wish they never said the word yes. Yeshua. And that's why they've got the IE. But they had to change it to a J because, the J came along. And yet, Joshua, not Yahshua, Joshua still exists. The Joshua that was around when Jesus was around, your Jesus, still exists. Joshua is Joshua. So Yahshua should be Joshua. That's fact, not my opinion. That's fact, based on the fact that you see. A person spelled Yoshuah became Joshua. And a person that was spelled Yashuah became Jesus. What? So the difference was an A, but you had to change it to Jesus and left it as Joshua. So the information I'm giving you is based on fact. That's impossible to believe. Unless you look and go, well, Earth Pig is GESUS. GE for geological geo. Greek. Again. And then to change Jesus, you add a J and it becomes Jesus. Or for the Isus that they want you to believe is Yeshua, they put a J on and it became Jesus to take away from the Jesus with a GE. So now you believe in this Jesus, this Isus. Look it up. Look at his picture. It's just like Jesus. Looks just like the person you think on that cross. Same face and everything. Same person. You believe that's him? Fine. I don't care. He knows who he is. He knows his name. Father knows his name. It doesn't matter what you call him. At the point that you get judged and you say to him, but Father, I've worshipped you all my life. I went to church every Sunday. Blah, blah, blah. I say, well, first of all, you shouldn't have gone on Sunday. And second of all, I don't even know who you are because you never spoke to me once. That'd be like you calling me Mark and expecting me to recognize you. It's like, no, my name's not Mark. It's not Mark. No matter how many times you call me Mark, it's not Mark. It doesn't matter if you go to church every Sunday. It's not Mark. It isn't. Oh, somebody told you it was Mark and you believed them. Well, why didn't you come to me? Why didn't you read what I wrote or hear what I said, that my name was Mario? That's all he'll say. Well, he won't say that. He'll say the original. And that's the truth. It's not my opinion. It's the truth. It's what he says in that book that you talk about, the Bible. I don't know what to tell you. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. But it's the truth, not an opinion. It's the truth. Ask Moses. He'll tell you what he said to him. Go tell him my real name. Tell him not to call me anything else. And don't worship any other idols. What the fuck are you doing? You're worshipping this idol called Jesus, who is Isis, or Baal, who is Lord. You're worshipping false idols. Not only that, you're worshipping an idol of fortune called God. In God we trust. This God of fortune, this deity of fortune called God, it's your country. It's God's country. The country of money. The country that is full of material worship. That's what you're worshipping. God's country, not Yahuwah's country. God's country. Gadriel, the person that tempted Eve. That's the person you're worshipping. That's the country you're talking about. Because that's the name you were given. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. It's fact. Look it up. Read it for yourself. You don't have to believe me. I don't care. These people worship money. They are in charge of the whole world. And you are being robbed every day of your life by them for money they don't even need. But according to themselves, they feel like God. And at some point, that Jesus that they lied to you about is going to come back. And he's going to save you. Wait, what? Wait, what? Excuse me, confirmation. How are you going to be saved by the person that is screwing you over? How's that possible? Like the very person that's screwing you over, the person that the devil wants you to believe is who you worship. Baal, Gadriel, Gad, whatever, Gord, whatever. How are you going to be saved by them? You're not. You just aren't. And it's already written. He will fail. It was a good try. The whole world. Like I say, every religion has some truth in it. Has to have. Otherwise, you would not worship God. Allah, the God. Don't matter if you change the name. It's still called God. You just worship God. That was the trick. You worship God. Whatever the religion. You call him God. Now, there are some spiritual religions, or that's what they're called as, and I'm no expert on those spiritual religions. And they have more truth I have to admit, they have more truth, but they don't tell you the whole truth. You see, when you talk about the Vimanas and the blah, 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 the flying ships and everything else and the thunderbolts, there's some truth in that because we had ancient technology that they've hidden from us. There is some truth in it. But they don't say, well, this ancient technology was because of these beings, etc., etc., etc. And, they were beings. You're made to believe a whole religion. What would it be like? So in a few thousand years, they talk about Donald Trump being some sort of holy figure, and the Vimanas are like the stealth bombers and this, that, and the other, etc. And they talk about it like that in thousands of years' time. They talk about it like that, but Trump being a divine being and able to control stuff and do things, and with the power of flipping, fire from the sky and stuff. That's how they talk about it, and they make you believe that as a truth, when in fact it's not. They're just beings on Earth doing what beings on Earth do. There's no divinity to it, none. There's just beings on Earth doing what beings on Earth do. That's it. So, in answer to that question, yes, there is some truth in it, but remember, Forrest told us 85%, 15%. In there, there's some embellishment. Don't worry about it. I'm literally not going to tell you the truth, but in order for me to make you believe blah, 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 I need to put this in there. Because that is not going to lead you to the answer, the truth. Not going to lead you to the truth. The whole point is to stop you finding out the truth. In order to stop you finding out the truth, I am going to use words that you won't understand, that you won't compute with, even though they're simple words. I'm going to use these words and you won't know what they mean because I've hidden them in the context that I'm speaking. But really, I'm saying something else to you, which were my first videos. 2 conversations. I'm going to tell you something. You're going to think that I'm saying this, but behind what I'm saying, I am telling you the answer. Telling you the answer. I'm telling you something that Forrest was telling you all along. He was telling you the answer. And you couldn't see it because you heard what he was saying and you weren't listening to what he meant, what the truth was. And the only way you would know what the truth was is if you looked up all the words in the poem. I looked up all the words in the poem, said Forrest. What for? Why? Why? There isn't many words in that poem that if you just read as they were, mean what they mean. Like maybe Tarry Scant, might be a little bit awkward. But the rest of it, they're just words. So basically what he told you was, I hid where it was because I changed the words. The first draft was easy. Don't worry, they're never going to find it. So the truth of what it was in there already. And then he took out the truth and put in different words. So the idea of the poem was to make sure you never found where it was. That's what the idea of the poem was. To make sure you never found where it was. Unless you looked up all the words in the poem. There's a word in the poem that is key. Oh, tight focus with a word in the poem that is key. Tight and focus is important. So he told you what the answers were. over and over, well, over and over. Told you what the answer was over and over, and he gave you the words that would help you do that. And he told you it's what he did because he said, I was not short of tenacity. Jackie Kennedy was easy. Those words were the wrong words. And you had to, if you want to understand what he said, look up those words to find out that easy is comfortable, relaxed, stuff like that. It doesn't mean she's easy that she puts out to anybody, as somebody tried to make out. So in The Thrill of the Chase, Forrest told you, look, I'm changing these words and they mean something else, which is basically, this is how I did the poem. I looked up all the words in the poem and I changed those words to mean something else. And you just have to find the words that I changed to find out where it was. And when you thought that, I don't know, 15 minutes, half an hour, job done, finished. Once you knew that's what it was. When he said it's simple, that was the answer. That's it. Done, finished. Right straight to it. Done, finished. Told you the answer. Told you the answer. And you don't hear the answer because you don't know what right, straight mean. You don't know what simple means. Therefore, you go, how come it's simple and difficult but not impossible? Forrest, you keep contradicting yourself. And yet when you look up the words, they're all contradictions. Up is down, north is south, summer is winter, black is blue, green, all sorts of colours. If you look up those words, which is what I did, which is what I do, because I don't believe that words mean what I think they do. And I don't believe the Bible or the Veda or the Quran or the whatever has all of the truth in it, because Forrest told us nothing is as it seems and words don't mean what you think they do. So if nothing is as it seems, don't believe it. Why would you believe it? And why would you base your solve on something that isn't real? Why would you look at that poem and base your solve on the words in that poem if they don't mean what you think they mean? That's pointless. Absolutely pointless. If words don't mean what you think they do, you're screwed. Especially when Forrest says to you, listen, read me what the poem says and it's game over. Hang on a minute. Whoa. What? We've all read what the poem says. Every one of us. We've all read what the poem says. How can it be game over? Oh, because you're supposed to read it differently. Those words that you read in that poem, they don't mean what you think they do. So read me what it really means, what it really says. What it really says. Tell me what the poem really says, and it's game over. Because it's simple when you do that. It's nailed down when you do that. All those words that he gives that says, here's the answer. This is the answer. This is the answer. So when you read the Bible, and it doesn't make any sense, How can you be the first humans on Earth, get kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and bump into some humans or some other people? That's not difficult. That's impossible. That's impossible. How can you have an ark with animals that go in 2 by 2, and then when the water recedes, all the animals get out of the ark, and there are no polar bears in Turkey or wherever it landed? There are no kangaroos in Turkey where it landed. But if all the animals are in there, why don't they live? Why are there no penguins? If all the animals are in the ark, why aren't they there? And how, listen, I know Pastor 2 went around the world in 80 days. How did Noah go around the world, get all the animals, and bring them in the ark? Like how long, without the ark being built already, how long would it take for him to travel the world, get all of these animals back to the ark, get them in the ark, and then when they landed, after the 40 days and 40 nights, when they landed on the top of that Mount Ararat, let all the animals out, and then took them all around the world again? There was no Titanic at that time. How do you travel around the world collecting all those animals? Like, listen, when there's BS, there's BS. And if you believe the BS, if you believe it because you don't listen, you're fucked. It didn't happen in the way that they said it happened. It's not difficult. It's impossible. It's impossible. Don't travel the world in that time, in that age. Don't travel the world. You don't travel the world. Get all of them animals, save them 2 by 2, put them in that ark for 40 days and 40 nights. That methane must have been terrible. And then when it lands, let the animals out, and then take the penguins back and the polar bears back, take the kangaroos back. No, it didn't happen. No way. No way. Something happened, but it wasn't that. Now, it's quite possible. It's quite possible. They took genes. They didn't take real animals. They took genes. But it still doesn't explain how they live in the North Pole, they live in the South Pole, they live in Australia, they live in all these places, China, whatever it is, but they don't live in Turkey. So, words don't mean what you think they do, and nothing is as it seems. Let alone the how many people were born from the point of Noah landing on Mount Ararat to now, because there was only his family left. And yet there's billions of people in the world. They must have bred like flipping rabbits. Not only must they breed like rabbits, Noah was not only black, he was Chinese or Asian or Eskimo or whatever other type of race there is. Like, come on. It's impossible. It's impossible. Just think about it. It's impossible. You have Europeans, you have Asians, you have Africans, you have Native American Indians, all from Noah and his family. They left Turkey and they went to Asia. They went to they must have gone to Australia because there was Australians there before the English went there. They must have went to America because there was Americans there, real Americans. There was Americans there before the English got there. Oh, hang on, there's a common denominator here. The English seem to go to all these places. Is that to convince the people that already lived there that there's a person called God who lives in the clouds who is more important than the deities that already believe in? Wake up. So you're still guessing the correct interpretation of each word. How do you know for sure if you're... I'm not guessing nothing. There is no guessing. I don't guess. I don't assume. You're just a one-up merchant, but I'll play along. If you're told it's simple, and you're told if you don't have it nailed down, and you're given all this information, you look at that information. What does nailed down mean? What does simple mean? What does right straight mean? What do these words mean? And you find out that they all mean the same thing. They mean old faithful. Well, that must be the answer then. If that's what Forrest is telling you. So there's no guesswork. If you don't have it nailed down, you have nothing. Well, you can't do anything if you don't have it nailed down. So therefore, what does nailed down mean? Oh, it means old faithful. It's simple. What does simple mean? Old faithful. I can go right straight to it. What does right and straight mean? Old faithful, old faithful. I can go old faithful straight to it. Your best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. Your old faithful revenge, in other words, the fact that you solved it, the fact that you said I could have the bracelet, is me wearing it. To know that you know, or to know me wearing it is that you were correct. Oh, correct. It means old faithful. You need a correct solve. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. What does dead mean? Oh, old faithful. There is no guesswork. There are the words of Forrest Fenn. And when you look up those words, every fucking word, when you look up those words, he's telling you the answer. He's telling you the answer. And it's that simple, old faithful. And it would fit on a post-it note because there's already one made of it. 1971 or 72. A picture of Old Faithful on a post-it note. And in the chest, there was a stick and a key, a stick key. Guess what that means? Old Faithful. The only thing that wasn't Old Faithful was a bit coin that was in the chest. So when you know the answers, you know the answers because the answers I already know. And when you know, it's important to know what is worth knowing and what isn't. Because when you follow the words of Forrest Fenn, he tells you the answers, and he must tell you the answers because he said, no one can think my thoughts. What does that mean? That means whatever fucking thing you came up with is incorrect because you thought it. And if you thought it, Forrest Fenn didn't. It means you're wrong. Whatever you thought of, whatever it was, doesn't matter what it is. Once you think of something, just say, no, that's wrong. Because I can't think what Forrest Fenn thought. See, I never thought what Forrest Fenn thought. He had to tell me. In other words, I had to look up all those words. He had to tell me what the answer was. And the only way I would know what the answer was is if I knew all of those words. And so he told me over and over and over and oh. I wonder what that means. Yes, they are BS Bible stories. Wasn't the flood created by an asteroid? I wasn't there. I don't know. But I think they're all... So the flood was... This is an opinion based on fact. The flood was these people getting rid of the Nephilims, the giants, etc., 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 and destroying the evidence of our history. Affect the history in the Southwest, which is, excuse me, probably San Lazaro, the truth that is in that place. More truth. Like Forrest showed you the pottery fragments. Impossible to make that sort of stuff. Impossible to make it with the fires and the stuff that we had then. Like, you needed a kiln, you needed proper stuff, proper tools. Like, there is, like, they made concrete. They'd already got concrete, a type of concrete, way to make it. So they formed it, pre-formed the stuff. They didn't drag it from one place to another. They made the concrete, poured it out, put it in the block, left it there. That's why it fits so flipping good. Like, they didn't move anything the way that we think they did. They just created it where it was and left it where it was. Or, well, there isn't an or. That's it. There is an or in the sense that sound, they can use sound to move stuff. So it's possible that they could use sound to move stuff. But for my own lack of science knowledge, I don't know how you can move a 30, 40, 50 ton block through sound vibration. So they could do a lot of stuff through sound technology. They already had batteries. They already had lights. They already had all of this stuff, which is why the churches are not churches. They're healing centers, which is why they got rid of all the bells. So much information. They just removed our history, lied to us about our divinity as well as Father's divinity, and had us worshipping evil as opposed to good, and want us to believe that good is going to come back, but it's coming back in the disguise of evil, which is the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to come and make us all believe it's such a good being, and they're going to believe it for 7 years. And for me, that's amazing that you already know the Antichrist is going to come back, and you're going to allow him to do what he does for 7 years, to the point that he's going to get on the throne and claim himself God. Like, if you already know there's an Antichrist and you already know what he's going to do, then why would you allow that to happen? Oh, I don't know. Maybe don't put that information out there. Maybe leave it in the Ethiopian Bible as opposed to the King James's Bible, and not let people read it. So this bloke is going to come with a smile. He's going to preach the Bible to some extent and get rid of the proper scripture and the truth, come in peace and love and all of that, and pretend to be, an amazing person. And people are going to believe it because they want to believe it. When really, 7 years later, he's going to put himself on the throne of God and claim him, or in that temple, whatever, and claim that he's God. And at that point, the real Son of God is going to come down and kick his ass. Now, I don't know whether the breath means, breath means a lot of things. So he may just blow on him, I don't know. Or he may just take him up in a whirlwind or a tornado or whatever, and then get rid of him that way. So breath doesn't necessarily mean he's just going to walk up to him and go, and then he's gone. So, and I'm just telling you the truth. I don't care whether you believe it. I really don't. There was BS in the chase. Look, the whole thrill of the chase was a small version of life. There's bullshit in that, and there's bullshit in the Bible, and it's obvious bullshit. It's obvious. But I'm not making an opinion of something. It's obvious bullshit. Those animals did not come from all over the world and then get spread all over the world again. It didn't happen. It couldn't have happened. So there has to be an agenda as to why these people have given us this book, this holy book, which is supposed to be full of truth, and it's obvious BS. There has to be an agenda behind that. There has to be. Like, you don't give people a book that is full of truth and love and kindness and happiness and whatever. Well, not, there's plenty of violence in there as well, but you don't give us that with that bullshit and expect us to believe that it was written by a merciful, loving father of creation. No, no. But in the true Hebrew original, not necessarily the King James, there is truth, and it's truth that science can, and etymology and all of that can prove. His own word, his name, is creation itself, talking about creation, to the point of the DNA strands and everything. And that's why it's important to use his name, because he's talking about creation. You have to use his name in order to understand that what he did is real. And not me opinions, it's fact. Look it up. Those numbers from his name are talking about the DNA strands and everything. Like, that's not just random fluke. Like, that's what in his name? Like, you have to call him by his name. It's important to call him by his name. And if you call him by his name, you understand that scientifically you can follow all of that and understand what creation is all about. Then you get the God ratios and blah, 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 blah. So that's it. I hope the best. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a long path. Thanks for that, Mysterious. Imagination. I am not a man of God. I hope not, because God is not real. God is Baal. Yahuwah is the truth. I am nothing more than a creation of God. So you're a creation of the bad man. Enabled with the power of free will, the ability to make choices with or without consequence. Oh, there's always consequence. There's always consequence. That is one thing you'll learn. There's always consequence. The choice is mine. Yep, I stand ready. Cool. Nice to see you, imagination. At the Farm Aid concert. Farm Aid concert? What the heck is the Farm Aid concert? Never heard of that. But I can understand why there would be one, because, they've been screwed. I hope it was good. I hope it went peacefully. No one should see anybody as a threat. We're all here to help and love each other with conditions. I don't believe in this unconditional love. Like, that's what I was saying earlier. Love thy neighbour on condition you don't sleep with them. Well, that love has a condition. So how can it be unconditional? It isn't. Love your mother and father, you can't sleep with them. Love your sister and brother, you can't sleep with them. Love your children, you can't sleep with them. So there are conditions. So stop all this bullshit about unconditional love. Love has conditions, depending on the kind of love that it is. Unconditional love is not that you can do anything the fuck that you want to hurt people and they still love you. That's not unconditional love. Unconditional love is I love you, I love you, I love you, until you fuck me over, and then I don't love you anymore because you fucked me over. You've already been forgiven, so I don't forgive you. I don't need to forgive you. What you do is up to you. Doesn't need my forgiveness. It needs Father's forgiveness. I don't care what you do because I don't judge you. Whatever you do, however you behave, that's on you. If you think you've done me wrong, nope, don't care. I'm not going to judge what you did. Not going to forgive what you did. Just going to let you carry on doing you, and I'm going to carry on doing me. And that's it. Don't believe in unconditional love. Don't believe in forgiveness. Don't believe in judgment. That's not for me. That's for a higher being than me. If you want my forgiveness, you'll wait a long time. Because as far as I'm concerned, I haven't judged you. You were being you. This earth is school, and we're here to learn. And that means you learn the bad things and you learn the good things. And you understand what it is to be an evil fucker, and you understand what it is to be a saint. Or you understand what it is to be somebody who's bad or somebody who's good. And you learn from those lessons. And you never ascend and you never get to the Father if you don't learn those lessons. And there are no shortcuts. You can't just say, oh yeah, I'll know now. Where's Dad? Nope, don't happen. And getting out in nature is to ground yourself, sowing seeds, all these things that Forrest was talking about, watering the garden. It's all to do with spirituality. And it's all to do with, being a better person. And you only get to be a better person by understanding who you are, know thyself. So the only way to know yourself is to go through the dark night of the soul, which is not one night, I can assure you. And, you may be asked to leave your friends or leave your family and all of these things. You ask yourself, you tell yourself, look, this person's no good for me. This person's destroying me. This person is evil. This person is whatever. And the only way you'll know that is when you look at yourself and know who you are and know who you want to be. And if you don't want to do that and you think it's too hard, then tough. Live the life that you're living and suffer the consequence. Just saying, there's consequence. You think that you're being treated unfairly by the Most High. No, he's trying to teach you lessons in order that you get through life in the best possible way and get to the point that you get to the best possible life. So sometimes he takes away a job from you, not because he's being cruel to you. He's trying to lead you to the job that is going to be fulfilling to you. He takes a person away from you, not to be horrible to you, but to help you understand that you need to get to, somebody else. And people who, pass from this earth are in a better place always than this earth as it is. Like this earth at the moment is not a flipping good place. So you should be glad that the Father takes people away out of this, the suffering that they go through, and bring them to a good place. But it's only because of the way you believe that you want to live forever that people should be with you as long as you need them. No? Why should they? Get to loving yourself, get to accepting yourself. You won't need anyone else. You won't need anyone else. And if somebody comes in who enriches your life and makes it better, great. That's amazing. But more often than not, you get drained by people in this world, in this reality, because they're all out for themselves. Every man for himself. That's what you've been taught. Living in a material world, trying to be better than the person next door. Pathetic. See, the way that you succeed is if they succeed. Because they're not going to try to destroy you if they've already succeeded. In a good way, not in a bad way. See, these people at the top, they've more than succeeded. They've got trillions of dollars, trillions of whatever money there is around the world. They've already succeeded and they still want more. And they want to take it from you, who's struggling already. How is that a good world to be in? It isn't. It isn't. So if everybody is doing what they can for their highest good and the highest good of everyone else, at some point, you won't need anything. Well, you won't need anything more than what you have because you'll be happy with what you have. Because it's what you chose to have. Whether that be, 3-bedroom house, 1 car, 2 kids, whatever, or a 16-bedroom house with 10 cars and, 20 kids. Whatever choice it was that you made for your highest good is the choice that you made for your highest good. but it was made for your highest good and those around you, not tread on everyone else so you can have it. So the world that we're moving towards is not this material world, it's a spiritual world where you can create your own reality and magic exists. People like Merlin and that's what you're aiming for. The Philosopher's Stone, the alchemy, the blah, 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 blah. That's the type of world you're aiming towards, not the material world that they've made you believe, that you have to work hard and give them your money. Like, you don't own anything anymore. Everything's being rented. Crazy. You can't buy a CD. Well, you can, but nowadays, Spotify, rented, whatever, YouTube, whatever it is that you have, Netflix, whatever it is, you don't own it anymore. Like, you buy a TV, but in that TV, you have to pay a subscription to stuff to watch it. Before, you used to buy a TV, have a TV license, and that was it. Now everything comes with strings attached. You can't just own it. You have to keep paying. Otherwise, you can't watch it. And when you get to the ID stuff and the electrical bloody money stuff, they will take your money whether you want them to or not. Everything will be out of your hands. Everything. You're basically giving up your life to the powers that be, especially if you take the flipping chip or whatever. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That we've allowed people to belittle us so much that we get to the point where we accept it, that we're nothing more than, fodder. They're all planning, or they're planning something, let's do all these alerts, emergency alerts, mass loss of life, this, that, and the other. Because we're easier to control if there aren't so many of us. And the best way to do that is to turn everybody against heterosexuals. Like, let's make everybody love the same sex, therefore no kids, unless they're the kids that we produce. The manufactured, baby farm things, people without souls. The truth is stranger than fiction as to what's really happened. Don't be fooled. Just because I haven't said stuff doesn't mean that I don't know stuff. And just because I don't attack you, don't mean that I don't know what you did. Because I know what you did. But I don't need to attack you. Justice will play out. To all, and I know there are good Masons, I know there are good, secret societies. Between the Vatican and the Masons, they corrupted the whole entire world. And now, payback's a bitch. The wealth transfer will take place. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. The meek will inherit the earth, or the righteous will inherit the earth, I should say. And the book of Enoch, and the book of Thomas, and the book of Mary Magdalene, and the book of the Jubilees, and all of those other books, they will be shown. People will know of them. The truth will be said. All the hidden facts about the true divine will be known. All the facts about the Antichrist will be known. See, the truth, what was it? What's it? I can't remember. Apart from the truth will set you free, but the other one that, what remains in the dark comes to the light or whatever. All the truth is coming out now. People are owning up to the secrets that they were keeping. And the earth is giving up secrets. The ocean is giving up secrets. The rivers are giving up secrets. Like all these things that were hidden, it's all coming to the front. I'm not lying, not making opinions, I'm just telling you the truth. And it's for your good. Like I haven't got to worry. I've already done and doing the things that I'm supposed to do in order for my life to be the best life that there is. And I just want everyone else to have the best life that they can have. And that includes these evil people, like to change your mind and do the right thing and, not suffer in the way that you're going to suffer if you carry on the way that you're going. Everybody. I want everybody to be in a good place. I want everything to be in a good place. I want the world to be in a better place. I want the earth to heal. I want the skies to stop being flipping contaminated. I want the people to stop being contaminated. I want big pharma to cease. I want normal medicine to come back the way that it was. I want everyone to stop being poisoned by these people. I just want the world to go back to the love and harmony that it was when maybe Osiris and Isis was around. I want that sort of world. And that's not at the detriment of anyone. I don't want to punish anybody. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want anyone to flipping get into any suffering. I want people to do the right thing. Remember, it's all been said, do the right thing, do the right thing. Come on, man. That was something else I said about Biden. The truth is the truth. That's it. I want people to live in the truth, and I want people to be happy in the truth, and I want people to accept the truth for what it is, because at that point, when you accept who you are, then you accept everyone else. Because you know how bad you were. You know the things that you did. Why should you criticize anybody else for doing the things that you've done yourself? Which is those without sin cast the first stone. Which means don't judge anyone. Fucking worry about anybody. Don't try and be better than anyone else. You don't need to. It's not for you to do that. Just worry about yourself. And that's not a narcissistic self-love. That's an appreciation of who you are. And once you appreciate who you are, you appreciate who everyone else is. And once you love yourself, you love everyone else. And once you get to that point, you love the Father. You know the Father because He is in all of us. The spark of life is a real thing. Look, I'm not lying. When that sperm enters that egg, there is a flash of zinc. I think it's zinc. Like, that's the spark of life. It's a real thing. It really exists. And it creates a covering over the egg. Like, that is not accidental. It's not accidental. Like, without it, life in the womb doesn't exist. We live in the womb now. Like, it's created. And that spark is the spark of Father. Not bullshitting you. I'm not telling you anything that isn't the truth. Look it up. It's real. It exists. When I believe there's a spark in the human body when that point happens. And that's the spark of life. Like, half the terms that are used for a reason. And those that we don't use anymore are to hide the truth. Like I said earlier about the blood of the Christ is thicker than the water of the womb. It's totally different than the way we've been led to believe it, is that blood is thicker than water, like family is more important. Excuse me, confirmation. No, it's saying that the blood of the Christ is more important, excuse me, all confirmation, than family. than water of the womb. That's totally different than the way you brought up to believe it. So there's some truth that's hidden in everyday, things that we say, but it doesn't mean what we think it does. And it's purposely done that way so we don't stay closer to the Father and we move further and further away, and we get easier to control because we move further and further away, and we don't know what our spirituality is. We don't understand the power that we hold. We don't understand the abundance that we have. We don't understand the inheritance that we have, because as a child, we're taught to move away from it. That innocence that we had, that power that we had, that imagination that we had, it's forced out of us, which is why imagination is more important than knowledge. If you can imagine it, it will happen. I'm not bullshitting you, it's true. If there's a thought that somebody has at some point in time, that will exist as a real thing. That's how powerful it is. So go back to imagining. You need faith in a maverick. Well, that's what it should be. Faith, not religion. We just have faith that there is a Father. And if you want to take that as me telling you how to believe there's a Father, fine. But that's not really what I'm saying. You need faith in something. The truth is, science will prove that we were created, or can already prove that we were created. Can already prove the existence of the Father, or God, whichever belief you want of, the bad or the good. But the devil wants Father's throne. He thought the best way to do it was to feed you a whole load of lies and have you worship the wrong deity, the wrong divine being, to the point that when a divine being comes back, you'll believe that that's the person you're waiting for. It says he will come in his own name. And you've all called the wrong name out. I banish you in the name of Jesus. What? I banish you in the name of Earth Pig, or I banish you in the name of Isis. You're not talking about Yeshua. Somebody was having a conversation about how can a demon banish a demon? Because the Holy Spirit is in charge. Like, the higher the frequency, the higher the power. The Holy Spirit being the Father or the Son. The Holy Spirit having the power can make a demon banish a demon. But ultimately, it's the Holy Spirit that is doing the banishing. That's where the power is. If the Holy Spirit resides in you, then you have the power of the Holy Spirit. You're able to do amazing things, miracles, like Yeshua did. Because the Spirit of Christ, the original Christ. So if the Holy Spirit is within you, then you have that power. If the Holy Spirit grants you the power and you're a demon, grants you the power to banish another demon, then you banish that demon. But you don't banish the demon because you're a demon. You banish the demon because you've had the power of the Holy Spirit. Not racist, but just a comparison. So the dark and the light, separated because thought blacks were not worthy, whites were better, no different than the dark spirit and the light spirit. But that's not the case. We all have to live together. the yin and yang, the balance that has to exist. There has to be the dark and has to be the light. It has to happen. And we have to be able to live, together as one consciousness, as it were. And they're here to learn just as much as we're here to learn. And it doesn't mean that you can't mix. But you have to know what it is that you want. Some people want to have a more wild life. Think of that how you want. They want a wilder life. And that may be somebody who's, predominantly white, but wants to live on the dark side. Doesn't mean to say you have to be evil. Just means this is the experience and the lessons that you want to learn. Why can't you do that? I don't see the Father saying you can't learn. There's a difference between being evil and being dark. If you're here to learn, you can't just learn by being light all the time. Because if everybody was light, it would be an imbalance. And if you balance the light and the darkness within you, you can't be always light. That's impossible. There must be some darkness in you. There has to be. You can't be made fully light. I don't see that that's a possibility. I don't know. I'm not, the expert, but I don't see that that's a possibility. I believe if you have a strong light, you also have a strong dark. And if you have a strong masculine side of you, you have a feminine side of you too. And you should be able to switch between the two, depending on, whether you need to be more logical or more nurturing. And you should be able to understand that at some point you use the dark and at some point you use the light. That's just the way we are. It's just the way we are. So being bad doesn't make you evil. And we're not here to judge people. That's up to the Father. So you do the things that you do and you face the consequence, whatever that is. If it's a spiritual consequence, then, that's going to be tough. If it's an earthly consequence, it's still going to be tough. But you face that consequence knowing that there are rules. Forrest wants to bend the rules. Fine. But if you get caught, you get caught. But if you're in that grey area where I walk, me in the middle, down the grey line, I'm not perfect. I'll be the first to admit it, I'm not perfect. But in order for me to get through life, I better know how to get dark, because that's the world we live in. Even if I want to live in the light, I better know how to get dark. And that's where I have been for most of my life. I know what it's like to be in those places. And, I say I never want to go back there. I don't want to go back there, not because I don't like the people in that place. I just don't like that feeling. I don't want to be in a low vibration anymore. And there is nothing that anyone can do that will make me go there. Impossible. And you can't attach yourself to me because my vibration is too high. And all of those things that people do that try and, change the way I am or, the way I feel or want me to think or do certain things, it won't happen. Because I'm not the person you think I am. I'm just not. Because you base me on the person you are. Nope. Or the person I used to be. Because I used to be the person that you made me before I woke up. No, I'm not that person. So you try to treat me like I'm that person, or you try to treat me like I'm the same sort of person as you, and I'm neither. That's just truth. So no matter what, I don't know, dark, evil, whatever, however you want to describe, whatever those things that you do, they won't work. Not now, not ever. They would work if you're on the same level as me. But if you're on the same level as me, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. And that's not me being arrogant. That's just me being truthful. You work in the dark. You live in the dark. Your vibration is low. That's just the truth. And you are trying to gain something that doesn't belong to you over someone who it does belong to. Ain't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. It just isn't. You're trying to get something that you've been getting before, but that's before my power was taken back. Like, I've reclaimed my power. I've cut all those contracts that you thought existed that don't exist anymore. There is nothing that binds me to anybody or anything. Nothing. And there will be nothing that will connect to me unless I accept that, and I don't accept it. I will never accept it. Even the offer that you want to bring to me, I won't accept it. And if you think that I won't know, what the plans are, I know what the plans are. If you think I won't know that you come falsely, I'll know that you come falsely. And that's the whole point. That's why there are no shortcuts. I offered love. There was a point where people talked about sharing, whatever it was in the thrill of the chase, talked about sharing. And I was all for that. That seemed fair. Everybody share. But they don't mean it. When they say share, they want to share between themselves and stuff everyone else. So Father has a different plan. The same plan, the divine plan. He set this all up. He knew what was going to happen. He's already written it. So it will end when something ends it. The banquet table will be set and people will not be allowed to attend. They will only be able to watch, which is what it says in the book. And those people thinking that they can, come on a jolly and get a quick, boost, ain't going to happen. Because Father won't let it happen. Like, there is so much protection now to the chosen to assist in this wealth transfer. It's crazy. And this was all brought about by the thrill of the chase. Like I say, a small version of life. Nothing is what it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. And as soon as you wake up to that, your life will start changing. Like, you will see everything for what it is. And once you give your burdens to the Father, because that's what he says, to prosper you, not harm you, he says, your life changes. And again, I don't care whether you believe or not. I want everybody to remember, happiness is the part, which is another spiritual thing. Joy, let's not forget John Collins Black in his, adventure of the spiritual nirvana point, whatever. If you're prepared to walk the walk, not too far to walk, like you have to be prepared to walk the walk. If you walk the walk, you get to talk the talk. It's that simple. If you walk the walk, you get to talk the talk. And if you don't, shut the fuck up. Which is basically what Forrest was saying. Shut up. But I can't shut up because people need to know the truth. They need to know the truth. And the truth is, you were lied to. Not in the bad sense that you were lied to, but in the fact that you were lied to. There was a chest. There was a chest. There was a place. There was an answer. Well, answers. But if the chest was just a lure, then what is the truth? And if the chest was just a lure, where is it? See, that's the one thing that Shiloh and the rest of them have got wrong. All of them. Cynthia, K-Pro, Justin, Toby, Shelley. And the rest of you. Shannon. Tyler. Where's the chest? Like if Forrest, not if, he said, chest is going to go back. Which is a contradiction to you could go in with a chest that's too heavy for one person to carry. Which should have told you something straight away. So the chest is going to go back. Where is the chest? And where are the jewels and everything that was in that chest? Never went to Heritage. Jack didn't have it. Justin didn't have it. So Father knows. So for things to happen the way that the grandfather wanted, we were told by someone that they wanted to do what their grandfather wished. They haven't done it. Not even nothing. Not a chest, not a bracelet, nothing. Not a dragon, not an emerald, not a ruby, not a canary diamond, nothing. That is so far from what Forrest said. Like, even if Forrest was not here, or even if Forrest is here, why has there been no chest? Someone had it. I mean, in the years since it was supposed to be in Jack's. It wasn't even in that office. Like, that wasn't the stuff that was supposed to be in that chest. Actually, maybe said too much there. We'll scrap that and say the chest that you were shown in situ wasn't the stuff that we were told. And the statement that the book, it was the chest that was in the book, was probably the truest statement in all the chase since it was finished. For a reason, because it wasn't the chest. It was the chest that was in the book, with the gold that was in the chest that was in the book. That's what went to Heritage. So there was a reason to every season. So there was a reason why they were bringing just the gold, not the chest, just the gold to Heritage Auction. Not the olive jar, just the gold to Heritage Auction. Excuse me, confirmation. So what's happened to the olive jar? What's happened to what's in the olive jar? Remember, you can't publish anything in there, it's copyrighted, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Well, hang on. Bullshit in the sense that they said it, in the way that they said it, for the reason they said it, but it does have information that is specific to a project of Forrest Fenn. If this was a job interview, what was the job? And why didn't Forrest have the job? If this was a job interview, the thrill of the chase, then surely Forrest would have expected to have that job. So nobody who came to apply for the job would have got it. Except there was a chosen person who was supposed to have that job, and Forrest was supposed to help that person, protect that person. Unless Forrest wanted the job. Or the people around Forrest. You see, even the word necessary means all faithful. And she was a necessary evil. So the words that Forrest Fenn used might tell you what he was expecting. Considering he said, "That's me taking flack," which is true, he was taking flack. but he said it in January, and this is, in June onwards that he was getting the flack. Draining the pond. That sounds like draining the swamp. If there was a necessary evil that would do what Forrest wanted, and Forrest said, trust no one, not even me. Him, not me. You can trust me. If I tell you, you can trust me. Trust no one, not even me. What does that mean? So it can only mean, well, it can mean, a few things, but it can only mean that Forrest does not have, or would not have, the ability to conclude this. Because he said, once it's found, it's out of my hands. Whose hands is it in there? The who and the where is up to the finder. The who and the where is up to the finder. The who is not up to anyone. Like, if you are the finder, you automatically become the who. There's no choice. If you are truly the finder, you are truly the who. That's not up to you. You are. You don't choose. Once you're already the finder, you don't choose to say that you're the finder or not. You are the finder. There is no choice there. Where? Why is that up to the finder? Like, there's only one spot. That's up to Forrest. So that statement doesn't make any sense unless you think about it. Because the where is the where. There's only one spot. That's the spot. So if you are the finder, and you're known to be the finder, and you're truly the finder, then you don't have to say who, because out you come. There you are, and you're already the who. So there's no choice. You can't make a choice about that. You are who you are. There you go. That's the who. The where is where it was hidden. There is no choice. You can't say, oh, it was here or there or somewhere else. That's where it was. That's where it was. There's no choice. That's where it was. Which is saying, what's it saying? There's a different answer. We can choose a different answer. If the finder is Forrest, see, Forrest was on his own treasure hunt. He was looking for the solver. If he found the solver, he could tell people the who and the where. Being the finder, a shy guy from back east who wants to remain anonymous. Forrest is from back east. He's from Texas, which is east of New Mexico, or Wyoming for that matter. fact, any of those four states. So Forrest is the finder who found a solver, and he could tell you the who and the where. It's up to him. And he's a shy guy from back east who wants to remain nameless. Not necessarily the person who found the chest. Like he, the finder, Major Forrest Fenn from back east, wants to remain anonymous and will tell you the who and the where because it's up to him. And you can believe what you want to believe, but it's up to him. You see, it's probably almost impossible if you found the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase treasure chest to remain anonymous. Unless you had nothing to do with Forrest Fenn. Unless you found the chest, took it, and never said a word to nobody. Because that's what you do if you want to remain anonymous. I'm not lying. Like, when you think about those words and those statements, they can't mean anything else other than what it is. Like people say, oh, I'm the guy from back east. No, you're not. Nobody who claimed to have found the Forrest Fenn treasure could have possibly found it. Based on the words of Forrest Fenn. Impossible. That's not me being, smart or clever or wanting to take, credit or glory or anything. I don't give a shit. That's me just being honest. If you believe those words in that poem meant what you read, you never found jack shit. Well, you found jack and shit. But that's all you found. Because you're never going to find it reading it that way. He told you. They don't mean what you think they do. And he told you, read me what it says, and it's game over. Told you, you weren't reading it right. Because if you were reading it right, everybody was reading it right. And that statement, read me what the poem says and it's game over, is void. Unless you had to read it differently. Unless you had to read it so it was nailed down. Unless you had to read it so you could go right straight to it. Unless you had to read it because it's simple. Unless you had to read it because two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Unless you knew what all those words meant. And there are loads more. Because Forrest told you the answer. He just told you the answer. And he told you the answer. And he told you the answer. And he said, I'm just having fun. And he said, when he said that, it's surprising that I'm the only one who knows what it is that I'm saying. And he was a bit hesitant about his statement there because he knew he wasn't the only one who knew. Because I knew what he was saying. And he said, if you're so sure you know where it is, go out into the trees and get it. Why would he say that? Like, he wouldn't tell anybody anything about the chest or where it was. And then he says, if you're so sure you know where it is, go out into the trees and get it. And yet people who solve has got nothing to do with trees. Nothing to do with trees at all. Real or imaginary, or written in the poem, doesn't matter. Has nothing to do with trees. And yet they say they're the finder. And yet he said it in Capro's interview. Something significant said there. If you know where it is, get out into the trees and get it. Or go out into the trees and get it, or something like that. So he knew that somebody knew what he was saying. Watch the video. I'm not lying. Watch the video. He was making a statement that he was the only person that knew what he was saying. Was he? He tried to catch himself. In fact, probably the only time that Forrest Fenn was at a loss for word, not a loss for words, but he said, I wish I never said yes once. But at a point where he thought, oh, I shouldn't have said that, because that's not true. Which is how I feel. I like to just say the truth. And if I say something that's not true, I regret having said it. So the truth is the truth. And there are no, I've said in my videos loads of times, I don't assume anything. I don't like to assume anything. That's bad. It makes an ass out of you and me, that saying. So I'll say it if it's true. If it's true, I'll say it. I don't care who hates me, or what reaction I get. If it's true, and I'll say it. Dylan, how you doing? Pirate, I have a job. I'm glad I didn't get another one. Hey, Jason, how you doing? Sorry. The person you're mentioning is from Windsor. Ooh. How would you know that, Dylan? Who's steering this Titanic through the chase? Seems like it's put on ice. That crocodile bit my leg off. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. With those shiny claws, teeth, whatever. He said you're in the wood, not necessarily trees, because that's wood, not wood. No, those were his words. If you know where it is, get out into the trees and get it. I'm just telling you the truth. That's what's. Watch the video. I'm not lying. He said, if you know where it is, go out into the trees and get it. And he wished he hadn't said it. Or, that's the impression I get. He wished he hadn't said it. If you know where it is, go out in the trees and get it. And he also said, I'm the only one. I find it funny that I'm the only one who knows what it is that I'm saying. And that he's trying to stop himself from saying that because he wasn't the only one. Hello again. I am not entirely surprised that you are still alive. I suppose, well, some people are surprised that I'm still alive. I suppose I'm more curious than anything. Do you feel Forrest Fenn did anything wrong with his ending of The Thrill of the Chase? I think Forrest might have been lied to. Now, here I am. This is not fact because I'm not obviously Major Forrest Burke fan. So I think Forrest might have been lied to in regard to what the truth was surrounding The Thrill of the Chase. This was always going to play out this way. See, the problem is It doesn't matter whether Forrest did anything wrong or not. This is always going to play out like this. In the same way that Donald Trump was never going to get 2 terms consecutively. He was always going to have 2 terms. That's what was written. That's what was written. I'm sure it's probably in the Bible as well. But that's what was written. He was going to have 2 terms. And people assumed that he was going to have 2 terms back to back because he was going to have 2 terms. But he didn't. And then people said, "Oh, it's all wrong. It's all bullshit," because he didn't get 2 terms. And then he got in again. So now, is it bullshit or not? Of course it's not bullshit. He got 2 terms. He was supposed to get 2 terms, and he did. Because people made the assumption that it was going to be back to back, they said that the information was incorrect. It wasn't. They just read it incorrectly. They made an assumption. So the thrill of the chase was always going to end like this. It's always going to play out like this. The only difference was how corrupt were people going to be in the end. So we had that point where everybody was going to share in it. But it didn't turn out like that because people got greedy. So there was a point in 2021 that sorted out the wheat from the chaff. Well, it didn't actually sort out the wheat from the chaff because it was just all chaff. There wasn't much wheat. There wasn't much wheat in there. In the sense, we'll put it this way. Davey asked people to go looking for him, and nobody in the thrill of the chase made an effort to do that. Like somebody did go, but not who was an entrenched member of the thrill of the chase. That to me says a lot. So put it this way, you could have gone and looked, it be there, kept it and said nothing. Or you can just go, "No, I'm going to go for you." Well, I think you have to look up, because that's where Father is. And from the beginning. So I've told you before, but I was going to write a book, and that was the title that was going to be there, and all the beginning, which is pretty much how this is going to play out. Like I didn't know all of this at the time, but in this end, there will be a beginning, and in this beginning, there will be a meeting of 2 people who will bring about, a new human, as it were, like spiritual, a new way of living, a powerful being, which is what these people are worried about. It's going to happen, whether they like it or not. And my book was about the end of the world type scenario, but 2 people from different parts of the planet were going to end up meeting and, start a new Adam and Eve type thing. And the name was Adamski and Evelyn, which shorts to Adam and Eve. So, similar to the 2012 scenario, but more divine, like based on what Father wants. The 2 people meeting, and doing things correct. And it won't just be 2 people, because there'll be more divine unions, all around the globe. But 2 specific people meeting, based on his love, his choosing them, the soul that they have within them, all of those things. I don't want to get too much into it, but that was what I was going to write: the end or the beginning, and basically that's what this is. There won't be an end to the thrill of the chase. The thrill of the chase will go on forever, but that's in the imagination of every person on the planet. So you're saying there is something corrupt with Forrest Fenn's ending, and somehow it's associated with Trump. Is that your statement? Not quite, but not quite. Does it bother you to know that it was possible that two people that have never met may share the same values? Now that's very possible, but those values could either be good or bad. It doesn't matter. The beginning is the ending, and vice versa, as the double omega is using numerals as alphas. If somebody finds a divine abundance, inheritance, whatever, and that was what you were searching for, does it end upon finding that abundance, or does the new earth begin because of it? And therefore, that abundance just continues. Like it doesn't go, it's still there, which means it never ends. Excuse me, confirmation. So that just because it's found, it doesn't cease to exist, and the search doesn't stop because the abundance continues, and the things that are done with that abundance continue. And so the treasure is broadened. It becomes more and more. Each passing day, there is more to the treasure. It was supposed to be a good thing for a good thing. This was it was not meant for a few people. That's the problem. There are a few people that thought it was meant for them and that they could control it and have the power that came with it. And they can't control it and they don't have the power. Now, it doesn't matter whether that's Forrest Fenn or anybody else involved in the chase. What matters is that's the truth. Father knew what the answers were. Father knew what the beginning was going to be. And Father knew when to set the banquet table. Before Forrest wrote it, it was already written. It was written in the book, the Bible, Scripture, however you want, whatever you want to say. And he would prepare it in front of the enemies. And they would not be allowed to sit at the table. That's just the way that it is. And that's the truth. I'm not lying. Like, it's there to be read. Like Forrest said, there was a banquet table. The Bible says there's a banquet table. The banquet table that Forrest is talking about, is it the same banquet table? I don't know. I'm not Forrest. But if Forrest is a spiritual person Absolutely. It's that banquet table. And if you believe in Yahuwah and Yahshua, then you don't believe in Yeshua. And in that there is a yes. And as I've already said, in German, yes is Ja with a J. See, Yahuwah's name is Yah. If you want to call him God, then call him Yah. Like, the truth is all there. I'm not lying, not embellishing, not making things up, not assuming stuff. It is all there. And this is about being correct, which is what Forrest said. You need a correct solve. This is about being correct. If you're going to the Father, then go to the Father correct. In order to solve all of your problems, in order to have a solve, it needs to be correct. Go to the Father correct. Call him by his one name, his true name. Okay, he is a God. He is a God. But he is not the God. The God is Baal. No, the God is Gad, Gaad, or Gawd, Gawd, or Gadriel, and Lord is Baal, Baal. Those are the people you're talking about in the Bible. Those are the people you're talking to when you say, oh God and oh Lord. Those are the people you talk to, not Yahuwah. You're not talking to him. And when you say Jesus, you are saying earth pig, or you are talking to Isus. Look at the picture. I'm not lying. That's who the pictures are. That's who it is. That's where they got the picture of Jesus from. Your Jesus. Yeshua. Those are the pictures. Listen. How many people in the Middle East look like Jesus? Your Jesus. He would be a little bit darker, maybe even more curly hair. I'm not kidding you. Just being lied to. White supremacy? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. Don't know who these people are. Well, I know who they are. They certainly look white, but what was it called? I'll call them Yabba Dabba Doo Jews, but Chabada or something, or the name of the Jews. There's a reason why everything's been done, including what happened to the Jews. There's a reason why it's all done. There's a reason why the wars take place. It's all scripted. It's all set up. It's all known in advance. Not just by these rich people, but by the Father, who already has, it written out in the Revelations. They have to tell you the truth. Listen to this. They have to tell you the truth. So when you watch the movies and listen to music and see these statements made, that's the truth that they're telling you. Charlie Kirk book came out a day before he died. Not lying. I'm not lying. Go on Amazon. Two points of reference, AI. 2 points of reference that says that's when it came out. Amazon are trying to say it's a glitch, but there's two. That means there must be two glitches because it came out a day before. How's that possible? That's not the only thing that's come out before. 9/11, same thing. They have to tell you. So the information came out before it happened, and then it happens, and then they try and brush it off. It was come out on the news before the third tower fell, and whilst he's talking to him, saying, "We'll go back to you and talk about the tower," how it fell. He's like, "Oh, I don't know much," and the bloody tower's still up behind him. So they do these things, and sometimes they get it wrong, and people ignore it, which is why I talked about 9/11 before, which is why I talked about don't hair on that child's head. But they did. But it's all planned. There's a reason behind everything. And you'll find out, you'll hear, like, none of it makes sense, the shooter, not the shooter, and all of these things don't make sense because they don't make sense. It's all BS. What they're failing to understand now is there's so many phones, so many cameras, so many ways of seeing an event happen that they can't fool people anymore. Like, if you want to go and take someone out in the theatre, that thousands of years ago, tens of years ago, and put out a narrative, people believe it. If you want to take somebody out in Dealey Plaza in Texas, pull out a narrative and people believe it. Stick out as a Buddha film or whatever. It's just in the right place, just at the grassy knoll angle to film it. But nowadays, there are too many phones, too many cameras everywhere. And every minute detail from every angle is recorded. And you'll find out this person didn't do it. Or if it was done at all. In the way that it's supposed to have been done. By the people that are supposed to have done it. See, when people speak the truth, they become a target. But that doesn't stop them speaking the truth. Now, the problem with what Charlie was saying, and I love that man for who he was and for what he was trying to do, the problem is he was in bed with the devil, even though he was speaking for the Father. By leading people away from the Father. By talking about God and Jesus, he was actually doing something that wasn't right. But in with what he was doing, he also had a political stance. Now, if he didn't toe the line and tell people what they want him to say, then he's a threat as opposed to an asset. Which is where Israel comes in. And remember, Israel is not a place, it's a person. And Israel, or Jerusalem, is not in Israel, it's in Africa. Where Pella is. So the truth is distorted. You're meant to believe one thing when something else is really true. And if you don't believe me, read the Ethiopian Bible or read the Book of Enoch. or the Book of Thomas, or the Book of Jubilees, or any of those other 25 that had more of the truth that they didn't want to put in the new version, the altered version, the translated version of the Bible, the King James Version. The truth is there, you just have to want to see it, read it, hear it. Or you at least want to question why there are so many books left out. Why leave them out? Why leave the Book of Enoch out? Why leave the Book of Mary Magdalene out? Why leave the Jubilees out? Why leave Thomas out? Doubting Thomas. So, excuse me for that. I'm just telling you the truth. And that is all I'm supposed to do. Like, my job is to be the mirror, to be the agitator, to wake people up to who they are. Not who I am. Doesn't matter who I am. It matters who they are, because once they know who they are, they can do something about it. Can't do anything about me. My life's already set in stone. I walk the middle. I walk the grey line. Reading the poem, The Thrill of the Chase, a memoir, me, Mario, me in the middle. Coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the father just being, playful, telling me the things I need to know in order to say the things that I need to say, in order to put out the information that I need to put out. Forrest was supposed to help the finder. That didn't happen. No, protect the finder. That didn't happen. Didn't happen. And you are no wiser as to what took place and to why Forrest disappeared. I think, who was it? Alberti? Somebody put out a video saying, I was going to take the chest off the finder to see how he would react. Which says that the real finder didn't get the chest. When you think of it, nobody did. And yet, this wasn't about the chest. This was about a divine inheritance, an abundance, a higher hand abundance, a sovereign treasure. And it had to be sovereign. And there has to be a spot. See, and when that spot is known, then anyone can go and use it. Anywhere, any place, any time. And yes, Trump might have something to do with it. I don't care how little effect the words have. A free man, the freedom of choice can only come from the one who must make those decisions. I'm not trying to influence you. It shows how much you listen, doesn't it? I don't want to influence you. I could not give a flying. Listen, because you find it hard to listen. And I get a little bit peeved that I have to keep saying the same things. I don't care if you believe me, and I don't care if you want to change your mind or do anything. I don't care. Already told you. I have to tell you the truth because I know the truth. That's part of what the Bible says as a watchman or watcher or whatever it is. Because I would be failing in my duty if I didn't tell you the truth. So now I've done what I need to do. If you listen, great. If you don't listen, great. I don't care. I don't care. It's not me you have to answer to. It's Father you have to answer to. You can fall out with me as much as you want. I'm not going to judge you. Nothing to do with me. Has nothing to do with me. Has everything to do with the creator of you. He will judge you and decide whether your actions are intentionally good or intentionally bad. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. A person that's not religious and that is not going to use religion to find the one in my will for me. I really do value your thoughts. What? Despite how my words may come across. Good man, I know you're a good man. I feel it. God knows it too. Well, I hope not God. I hope Yahuwah, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you. Good evening, sir. I'm happy to depart with what was said. I can thank you for that. Thank you. Hey, Frank. And yet here we are again, chasing after 2 treasure hunts. 2? I thought there's more than 2. Well, at least we have that in common. Oh, what's in common? The people. Living in the love of the common people. Smile from the heart of a family man. Yeah, listen. Please understand. The reason I do this is because I want everyone to have a chance in knowing the truth. Because I feel for everyone. I've been in a shit place in my life for a lot of my life. I don't want anyone in a shit place or anything, any being, any animal, any creature. Don't want it. So, unfortunately, before I came to this earth, I signed a contract apparently that said I would go through this because it's the right thing to do. As a spiritual being, I'm supposed to, sign this contract, come to earth, and my role is the mirror. I am the agitator, and I am the truth speaker and the truth seeker. That's my role, apparently, given to me by Father. To tell people the truth, whether they like it or not, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whether they like me or hate me, it doesn't matter. I'm not supposed to pay any mind to that. I'm just supposed to do these things. I'm just supposed to do these things. And so I do them because I'm supposed to do them. Not being forced, not trying to force anyone else to believe what I'm saying. As I've said hundreds of times, you don't have to believe a single word. A single word. You don't have to believe a single word that I say. Not a single word. But everything that I've said is true and has come to pass and will come to pass because it's true. Excuse me. Even 31 Atlas. I know it's called 3i Atlas. I told you. And I said it should be called 3a Atlas because there isn't just one. And there could be an A atlas, a B atlas, a C atlas, because there's another atlas. And there's more than one, and there's more than two, and there's more than three, and there's more than four. Basically told you there wasn't just 3i atlas. There was a lot. And I said this before anybody knew anything about there being more than one, or more than two, or more than three, or more than four, or maybe about 12 or 13 or whatever it is now. Doesn't matter. The fact is, I told you the truth when I knew the truth, and you can believe it or not believe it. I don't care. But it is the truth. And in the thrill of the chase, people said, Mario, why don't you tell us before things happen that they're going to happen? And so I tell you, before they're going to happen, what's going to happen. I tell you before. And they happen because I'm telling you the truth. And Bill tried to point out, oh, it's not going to do this, it's not going to do that, and blah, 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 and you're wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. I don't care. I don't care. But when I'm proved right, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll hold my hands up and say I'm wrong. But I haven't been wrong. And I won't be wrong because I'm telling you the truth. Telling you the truth. And all the information, all of it that I've given you is truthful and verifiable to the best of my ability, which is the information that I get as I hear it, see it, read it. It's repeated as I've seen it, heard it, read it. The only thing that could happen for it to be incorrect is for me to read it incorrectly, hear it incorrectly, or state it incorrectly at that point in time. And yet, I haven't been wrong. Listen, I've talked about a Powerball that has so many permutations that it's impossible to guess. Not only was this Powerball correct, all the numbers and the Powerball, not only was it correct, but it was delayed. It was delayed. Not only was it delayed, the person who does the Powerball was going to tell you that it's delayed. I told you this. Told you. Not only that, before it was drawn, it was only supposed to be worth 1.9 billion. But the poem said it was worth 2.4 billion. At the point of the draw, it was worth 2.4 billion. This is fact. I'm not lying, not making it up, not bullshitting it. This is fact. It happened. And I tell you before it's going to happen because it is going to happen. The only difference is whether you're on the good side or the bad side. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. How much good you do on hearing it or how much bad you do on hearing it. And I know that when I'm saying these things, there are people who are and they do more bad things. And there have been a few people that have done good things. But the truth is the truth. And I know that it pisses people off. But it's supposed to piss them off so they do the correct thing, not the incorrect thing. Your life goes down the shitter because you're trying to do a bad thing to a good person. Your life would increase greatly for the better if you did a good thing to help a good person? I'm the mirror. Everything you send to me goes back to you. Think about it. Everything you send to me goes back to you. So if you send a lot of good stuff to me, I'm not asking for good thoughts now, but if you send a lot of good thoughts to me and wish me well in my life, guess what? Hits me and goes back to you. So all that time you spent, all that money trying to tear someone down, just went back to you. And I gain everything that you've thrown away, I will gain. Everything that you tossed out of your life to make somebody else's life worse, I will gain. I don't know how many times I've told you this. Absolutely don't know how many times I've told you this. But there is proof out there that this is happening. And those people know because it's happening to them. No car, no home. Not my fault. I never wish for anything bad to happen to you. You did. Don't know how many times I've told you. Don't know how many times I've told you. I want only the best for you. I offer you love, friendship, and want the best for you. You don't want that? Fine. Fine. You want to put curses out there and, try and hurt everybody? Fine. Guess what? It just goes back straight to you. As you reap, so shall you sow. In your book. So listen, if everybody in the world, everyone in the world, whether they've got money or not, doesn't matter. Everybody in the world wished, wanted, prayed that everybody would be happy, that everybody would be comfortable. What a great world we'd be in. And those people, that 1%, if they wished it as well, guess what? Bad things wouldn't happen to you. Because nobody's wishing bad things to happen to you, apart from you. Because you're sowing that bad shit. You're putting it out there. You want bad things to happen to people? Nope, not anymore. There are no more contracts with you lot. There is no more siphoning energy. There is no more of this stealing someone else's inheritance. None of those things that you did before will work now. Everything that you did has been rebuked in the real name of Yahuwah and Yeshua. Those finances that you've been stealing for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years are going to drain away from you. I don't see how difficult it is. Just wish love and good luck to other people. If even if it doesn't stop the karma that you're getting. It won't be as total. The matrix isn't the same. It's rewritten. Remember, those rules, you can't bend them, you can't break them. They're not your rules anymore. That bloody maritime rule that you had, nope. Father says no, then no. You do not claim anything off anyone. You do not earn anything off anyone. You do not gain anything unless you have earned it through your own efforts. All the corporations, all of them, that are bringing harm to anyone will suffer the same fate. I don't know how many times I have to tell you the truth. I don't know how many times I have to tell you the truth. And those things happen before you realise it's the truth. Everything that's happening now around the world, even in my country, politicians being sacked and pushed out and blah, 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 in America, all over the place. The truth is coming out. And more truth will come out. What is hidden in the dark comes to light, or whatever that statement is. All of it's going to happen. All of it. And America is probably the prime example because Trump is bringing out truth. Or at least the people that work for him are. And there's still more truth to be brought out. But the thing is, they're all in bed together and nobody wants the full truth out. But it will come out because it's happened to people. The people that it's happened to will be the people that bring out the truth, even if you don't bring it out. Listen, there are so many victims to those things that have happened that nobody wants to highlight, that bring out a list or whatever it is, all this flipping bullshit. There are people that it happened to. They know who was involved. And one by one after another, the floodgates will open. Remember I said, if you don't tell the truth now, you fail the test. Remember, these are lessons. Life is lessons. I'm not lying, not bullshitting, not trying to flipping make it something that it isn't. Our life, the whole of life, is one lesson after another. If you fail to speak the truth now, you fail the test. Another lesson, another test. If you fail it, I want everyone to win. First and foremost, remember Forrest said, I think I found a way that everyone can win. I want everyone to win. Every being, in every reality, in every realm, including the bad, including the dark, everyone should be allowed to have a free will life. Not controlled by another, not even controlled by father. You're here to learn. Learn. But learn with rules. Learn with boundaries. Now, I don't say that you shouldn't do what Father says. I say that not every move that you make is controlled as though you're a puppet. Someone's talking to me, but I can't hear what they're saying. Unless it's next door. Can't hear that. Couldn't hear what was said. F had the last book written before the ending never ended, and the codex is treasures bold, and if you're a sibling or not, grab your chance and grab the pieces as you go, not understanding that. Sorry. There's a woman I know, she knew Peggy very well. Or did she? Well, there you go. That's exactly it. Did she? How well did Forrest know Peggy? How many ways can you say it? How many times do you say it? It's on the right side of history. Woo, yeah. The correct side. That's the rub of Splendid Mendex. Mendax. Doing something wicked for the greater good. Yeah, I think if you watched. Oh, wake me up before you go. Yeah, I pray for F. I pray to get D's as well. The Splendid Mendax, that's hard to say that is. So if you watch the Charmed, those three beautiful ladies, witches, not necessarily the three witches in this story, but the three witches in the Charmed, good witches. Leo had to do a necessary evil, and Leo was a white lighter, an angel. And he had to do something bad for the greater good. And that doesn't make you evil. And that's the difference. See, it's in the intention of the thing that you do. That's the important thing. What is your intention when you are doing what you're doing? My intention is of love. It's a good intention. I'm not doing this for me. I could just live my life now and ignore everything. The one thing that makes me do this is the truth. Because I know the truth, I have to tell the truth. If there was no truth in me, you wouldn't see me. You wouldn't see me. There'd be nothing for me to do or say. I wouldn't care. Honestly, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't give a shit. Now, I know there's people that know the truth, that know what's happening, that know what these people have done. Whether you knew before or know now, I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter. But the truth will come out. The whole story will come out. And they had the option months ago now, to bring the truth out. Instead, they waited and tried to manipulate the system. Still trying to manipulate the system. Still. The voodoo thing didn't work again. I don't know how many times I've told them. Same stuff. It's crazy. that people are willing to sacrifice themselves in order to sacrifice someone else because they believe they're beyond whatever, or think that they will get help, but they won't. And, I've already said my commiserations and that. I'm not going to say them anymore, but when those things happen, everyone involved better remember that they were told to stop. And I don't just mean me telling them to stop. I mean, they were told to stop. They got information after information that they should stop. Took no notice. There is so much that I know that I haven't said. I mean, these people think, oh, clueless, don't know this, don't know that. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. Who would you rather have working on your car? I've been in the trenches. I've learned how to get out of those trenches. I've learned how to stand my ground. I've learned truth over BS. I've learned power over money. I've learned what's possible and what's not possible. And I'm trying to tell people that what you think is not possible, what you think can't be done, it can be done. And there will be proof that it can be done. And glory will go to the Father, as it rightly should. But you will see miracles. Remember, I only tell you the truth. You will see miracles. I don't care how mad you think I am. I know I'm not mad. I'm mad, but not mad. I know I'm not mad. And I know if I've said it to you, you will get the proof. You will get the proof. Then what's over anyway? I didn't ask that. Anyone want their iPhone back because I can keep my secrets? Yeah, somebody's got a load of phones so they kept all their secrets. Be careful though, because you're being watched. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. You are being watched. There is nowhere that you're going that you're not being watched, tagged, traced, whatever the word is. Hacked, if you want. Don't tell us. Too late. Already told. Anyway, I better go. I think I've been here long enough boring you people. 414. That's a good number. It could even have been 41414, but it was 41416. So I know people are suffering because they're trying to make other people suffer, and I just want it to stop. It's changed now from those people suffering who were being attacked to those people who are doing attack. Like remember the bully that bounced? See how I bounce? These are the bullies that are now suffering. So whilst the suffering hasn't gone down, at least the innocent people aren't suffering. But the point is, if happiness is the pot, is that nobody's suffering. The only way that's going to happen is if people take responsibility for the type of life they are living and impact they are having on other people. If you're creating sorrow, then sorrow will return to you. But if you're creating joy and love, then joy and love will be returned to you. If you want to get out of the shit that you're in, stop spreading shit. If you spread shit wherever you go, you're always going to walk in shit. It's just a fact. If you're going to spread shit wherever you go, you're always going to walk in shit. Don't blame other people for the shit that you're walking because you're spreading it. Don't say it's somebody else's fault. Like if you keep spreading shit, then it's your fault. Stop blaming other people. The reason you're in shit is because you're spreading shit. Stop spreading shit. You won't be walking in shit. So, I don't know. Maybe, end of the rainbow and the treasure. Maybe if that's what you've got, if that's what you've got on your mind, if that's what you're aiming for, then maybe that's what you'll get. If all you can do is spread harm, fear, BS, then that's what's going to happen in your life. That's what you'll get back. And if you want people to be alone, depressed, want to take themselves out or whatever, then that's what's going to happen to you. The love magic, whatever it is, the death magic, I don't mean death in the ears, that's what you'll get back. And, I don't get any joy out of it. I'd rather not know of people suffering because they're chucking stuff at a mirror that just keeps reflecting stuff back to them. Well, just don't look at the mirror. Don't bother. Some of what's in the Bible is true. But the main thing is, our mother, there's some power there. And you will never, ever, ever come close to touching it, ever. And that throne, you will never sit on it, ever. I know Forrest said he always thought he deserved a throne. Nobody's going to sit on that throne but the Father. No one. It doesn't matter how you believe that. Source, creator, universe. Doesn't matter how you think of it. Doesn't matter if you think of it as a literal throne. Doesn't matter if you think of it as, a focal point of power. Doesn't matter how you think of it. Like, in truth and reality, if there are multiverses, it can't be the universe. And yet, it can be the universe for every universe that there is, that is in power. In every dimension, whatever it is, however you call it, quantum flipping doodah. So it comes down to source. Literally comes down to source. I don't mean tomato ketchup or anything like that. I mean source. The source of all things. The source that created everything. The source that is energy. It comes down to that. That one source of energy. That one consciousness that woke up and said, "Oh, hello. What's going on here then?" Now you have to, I'm not saying you have to, I'm saying You have to get in contact with that in order to feel the benefit. It's like getting charged up, plugging into a power point and getting charged up. And if you keep yourself out from that, then you're not going to get those benefits. You're just not. Because that energy source is a lot more powerful than the negative energy source. So the devil, Lucifer, whatever. Don't care what you believe. I don't care if you believe me. You don't have to believe a single word I've said. It doesn't matter. The truth is, these things are going to happen. They've already been written. They've already been written. Excuse me. Confirmation. It's already been written. So it will happen. You're not delaying anything. You're just making things happen the way they're supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to happen. Confirmation, excuse me. From 2020, that first video that I did, right to this very now moment, it's happened the way that it's supposed to happen. All those times I've done a video and not posted it, it's supposed to happen. All those times I was going to do a video, go live and didn't, that's how it's supposed to happen. Because in those times, you reacted and did what you did. And you either became wiser or acted more stupidly. Whichever was the case. Anyway, how's it going? Have a great one, Mario. I always do. Thank you very much. If you're going to shit and spread it, shit in your own fan. Oh, your own fan, yeah, when it hit the fan. Yeah, something to do with, what's that, airplane? Hi, making dinner. Oh, don't make me hungry. Kind of feels like the Matrix. Well, hopefully, well, not hopefully, because it is, but the Matrix. So, just want to make this clear. The Matrix isn't broken, isn't down, it's rewritten. So the Matrix still exists. We still live in the Matrix. We're always going to live in the Matrix because Father created the Matrix for us. That'd be like living in a computer game and then somebody coming along and destroying the program. Then there'd be no game. Like we wouldn't have a game, we wouldn't be in the game because there'd be no program. So we still need the program to run, but it's all changed. All the codes are changed. The light codes, everything, blah, 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 whatever it is. You understand. The DNA, everything's changed. So now the game runs differently on a different system as opposed to PS1. It's now PS5, 6, whatever. And all that coding, algorithm, whatever, all of those technical words, that's all changed. So now the old Matrix that was running on the PS1 can't work in the PS5. It doesn't work. The CD isn't recognized. That's just the way that it is. That's how it is. And those Trojans and bots and whatever, there's a new antivirus software, they're not allowed in. So all the evil is contained, quarantined, or in some cases deleted, depending on how they behave. If they're a threat, then they'll be deleted because that's what they've put out. They've put out that deleting scenario, which is returned to them. So depending the menace they make in the system will dictate, whether they get cleaned, sent back out, or quarantined, or whatever. So that's how the Matrix is working now. I don't care whether you like it or not. That's the way it's working. That's how it's written. So, and that's the best way I can describe it. You know, they're so these entities are childish in nature, not in age. They behave like children, and they're going to be treated like children probably. But and they ran the same program over and over, and now they've been found wanting because they can't raise the vibration enough to stay in the new game. You know, and that's not, you know, I'd rather everyone stayed in the new game, you know, in the best possible way. That would be the nicest thing. Again, I'll have to tell you, you know, Father says, don't help these people. Don't help them. Like if you come to me for help, I can't help you. Not because I don't want to help you, because I can't help you. You are given the options to behave in a certain way, and now I can't help you. Because you're going through the lessons. These are the lessons you have to learn. Whatever's happening to you is a lesson that you have to learn. And as bad as it gets for you, I can't do nothing for you. And I know people, you know, have issues and think that I'm their, you know, the solution to get out of it. Nope. Nope. Because that would be asking me to go against Father, and I ain't going against Father. I got no chance of that because I know the power. Like, why would I do that? Not going to risk my connection with the Father because, you know, you wouldn't listen. Everything that you've already planned is known. I know. And everything that's happening, I know. And there's nothing I can do about it. And I said, you know, that would be the case. There was a time when, you know, we all had the same opportunity. And now only certain people have that opportunity because, you know, they're telling the truth. Deja vu then. They definitely deleted me. Oh no, how's that possible? If you're still writing, they definitely deleted me. I think they just quarantined you, pirate. You're all right. You're still in the game. Anyway, I better go. I appreciate, you know, you people watching. Like I say, it doesn't matter if you're my enemy. I'd still treat you the same way. You know, I wouldn't hug and kiss you, but your life is your life. You do what you need to do to get through your life the way that you get through your life. I ain't going to judge you. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't have to live your life. I don't have to live it. You choose what you want to do. Father will decide, you know, how best to give you a lesson to learn. That's how it is. You get a lesson, and if you don't learn it, you'll keep repeating that lesson until you do learn it. That's how he works. For me, like I was at the lowest of the low. Like that's where people want me. That's where I ended up, and I had to learn how to get out of that. You know, along with, you know, my mate, you know, the devil, because that's where I was. And those lessons were shit. They weren't very good. Absolutely not. And, you know, I can't say I don't recommend it because it brings out the best of you, but it's shit. And the quicker you learn that lesson, the quicker you know, get out of there and get up and get out of the shit. And the longer you go against it, the longer the shit remains. It's as simple as that. You just have to trust. You have to trust and let go that what you're thinking is not for the greater good. And if it's not for the greater good, then you're left in the mud. Forrest said, beware the mud. That's where you are. That's where you'll always stay. As simple as that. If you're not prepared to get out of the mud, like if you're not prepared to get dirty and do what's necessary, there ain't no flipping 4x4 going to come along and tow you out, because they're not allowed to. If they tow you out, you don't learn the lesson. And that's what this is about. And that's how you get the new earth. You have the rapture, which is the evil take, not the good, the evil, because the good inherit the earth and have heaven on earth. So the evil gets taken away, and all those that are prepared to, learn the lessons, those are the people that stay. Those that are prepared to learn the lessons to, happiness is the pot. Those that are prepared to see themselves for who they are, to love themselves for who they are, to ascend to the highest that they can be, and to want only the best for themselves and everyone else. Those are the people that are going to remain. That's just the truth. That's how it's written. That's how it will be. As it was, so shall it be. That's how it was before these people came along and enslaved us. And that's how it will be when everybody wakes up and, ascends and sees the light, and all of those words that, people don't understand what they mean. But seeing the light, it's a true thing. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. You literally see the light. And that light is within you always. And I'm not kidding. I'm not lying. You literally see the light. Whether they're the light codes that, that come or what, I don't know. But you literally see the light. And I don't mean, before you have a near-death experience or anything like that. So thank you. Oh, that's another thing as well. Or probably the most important thing. So I should have said it a lot earlier in my videos. But you have to be grateful. The attitude of gratitude goes a long way. Those things that you think are meant to harm you are meant to teach you and help you. And you need to be grateful for them just as much as, the good things. Because those are the things that teach you the lessons that help you get to the point you need to be to have your best life. So be grateful for the shit, but don't stay spreading it. Just be grateful that you can leave it behind, but that you experienced it to understand the good and the bad. If everything was great, you'd soon be bored. Simple as that. Sometimes you need to experience, the worst to understand what the best is. So the attitude of gratitude, be grateful. As bad as things get, be grateful for all of those experiences in order that you learn and can escape all of those experiences. Because if you're not grateful and you don't learn the lesson, that's where you'll stay. Because it is just a lesson. It's not a punishment. Please don't think it's a punishment. It's not. It's down there as a lesson. I know they say karma. Yeah, it's punishment. It's karma. No, it's not. Karma's not a punishment. Karma's a lesson. If you need to learn more lessons, that's on you. You're punishing yourself because you're not learning. You're given a lesson, learn the lesson, move on, learn the lesson, move on, learn the lesson, move on. The more bad things that you've done, the more lessons you need to learn to correct those bad things. It's not punishment. Punishment would be putting you somewhere where you can't learn the lessons and you just live in crap. That would be punishment. Like if you haven't got the opportunity to get out of that point that you're in, that would be punishment. But you're actually being put in a place where you can learn a lesson and still get back to where you were by learning those lessons. So thank you very much. Ciao for now.